Okay, it's 4 minutes past 11, so I think it's high time we started. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Father Bala, the Dean of the Department of Christian Philosophy, and Father Sadowski, the Director of the Institute of Philosophy of Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University, I would like to welcome the members of the Faculty of the School of Law and Administration, my colleagues from the Institute of Philosophy, the students of both departments, as well as all the guests attending our seminar, especially those who have joined us online. Let me, however, extend my warmest welcome to Professor John Finnis, who's with us today. Professor John Finnis is well known for his work in political theory, philosophy of law, as well as constitutional law. He was lecturer, then reader, and then a church professor of law in the University of Oxford over 4 decades until 2010. Since 1995 to 2020, he was member of the law school faculty at the University of Notre Dame in the United States. Professor Finnis, his books include, first and foremost, Natural Law and Natural Rights, published in 1980, and most recently, Judicial Power and the Balance of Our Constitution, published in 2018. Professor Finnis has kindly agreed, is member of the, currently fellow of the British Academy Law and Philosophy sections. He was a member of the International Theological Commission of the Holy See in the years 1986 and 1991, the Pontifical Council of Justice and Peace in the years 1990-1995, and the Pontifical Academy Pro Vita in the years 2001-2016. Professor Finnis has kindly agreed to pay a short, actually one-day visit to Warsaw just to deliver the keynote address at our seminar today, which I'm most grateful for. It is actually his second visit to our university. For the first time, he joined us 10 years ago for the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the publication of John Paul II's encyclical Veritatis Splendor. You can find a link to this paper at moralabsolutes.eu, if you wish. The main aim of today's seminar is, again, to mark the anniversary, this time the 30th anniversary of the publication of that important document. This year, however, we are meeting on a special day. First and foremost, it's St. Lucy's Day. We talked about the significance of that with Professor Finnis yesterday. I promised I would quote the beginning of a nocturnal upon St. Lucy's Day by John Donne, the most famous of the English metaphysical poets. So 'tis the year's midnight, and it is the day's Lucy's, who scarce 7 hours herself unmasks. The sun is spent, and now his flasks send forth light squibs, no constant rays. The word's whole sap is sunk, the general balm, the hydroptic earth has drunk. Wither, as to the bed's feet, life is shrunk, dead and interred. Jest to północ roku, północ dnia świętej Łucji, od twarzy ledwie 7 godzin widocznej. Słońce już zgasło na kopule mrocznej, iskrzą się tylko gwiazd zimne diamenty, sok życiodajny, co obficie przepajał ziemię wiosną. Dziś w zimy zenicie znikł, jak wyschnięta mumia, skurczyło się życie. This poetic image is a perfect match with the event we commemorate in Poland on December the 13th every year. Since 1981. It was exactly 32 years ago that martial law was introduced by the then communist government, decapitating the leadership of the Solidarity movement and effectively delaying the democratic breakthrough in this part of Europe for almost a decade. Professor Finnis is going to talk about moral absolutes, killing and war, the latter two being, unfortunately, again, the most urgent challenges of our time. I'm sure we will be left with some prospects for more light after his lecture, as in the famous Polish proverb about St. Lucy, who adds time to the day. Professor John Finnis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebrula. When I had the privilege as he said, of being here at his invitation 10 years ago for the conference commemorating the 20th anniversary of Veritatis Splendor. I talked then about the investigation by the International Theological Commission between October 1986 and December 1990, the investigation into the philosophical and theological grounds for the constant and very firm Christian teaching which Veritatis Splendor would reaffirm, that there are negative moral norms or precepts or rules which state that there are certain kinds of acts which it is always wrong to choose to do, kinds identified by the object of such an act, that is to say, by the proximate intention with which the acting person chooses to do that. And today I want to speak once again about that topic, without repeating or revisiting anything I said here 10 years ago, which was published in Studia Philosophia Christiana, volume 51. At first, I will say something about the issue in general and about the new campaign, the new front in the old war against that Christian teaching and its philosophical partial equivalents or analogues in Plato and Aristotle. The campaign or battlefront opened up in 2016 in the main body of section 304 of the Apostolic Exhortation Amoris Laetitia. In September 1988, after the subcommission working on this project had completed much of its research towards the report which the full commission would consider and adopt in 1990, I gave 4 public lectures in the John Paul II Institute in the Dominican House of Studies in Washington, D.C., under the title Moral Absolutes, Tradition, Revision, and Truth. And in September 1991, they were published under the same title as a book. And in the last chapter of that book, Challenge and Response, in a section entitled Historical and Ecclesiological Skirmishes, I made a few additions to the earlier chapter's critique of the arguments of proportionalist and other revisionary theologians, their arguments against the unbroken Christian teaching that there are some exceptionless negative moral norms. On page 90 of the book, I said, remarkably persistent have been the attempts in the years since 1965 to give authoritative support for proportionalism by reading back into the high scholasticism of Bonaventure, Albert, and Thomas, the essential proportionalist positions. And the very first of these attempts that I set out in a paragraph, which I will not now read because its whole content is set out more fully in my 1998 book, Aquinas, Moral, Political, and Legal Theory, in chapter 5.6, where I said, there is wide opposition today to Aquinas' thesis that some true moral norms exceptionlessly exclude certain types of act, specifiable not in terms already morally loaded, such as cruel, but simply in terms of their object, that is, their proximate intention, such as to kill an innocent, to copulate outside marriage, to assert what one does not believe, and so forth. One strategy in this opposition, the first of 3 or 4 strategies that I set out and critiqued, is to deny that Aquinas held the thesis, or at least to deny that it is compatible with his own deeper principles. The text most often cited, I went on, to support this denial concerns indeed the general issue that we've been considering in this chapter, namely the way down from highest practical and moral principles to specific moral norms. General principles of practical reason, says Aquinas, in Summa Theologiae Prima Secundae, question 94, article 4, have the same truth and correctness for everyone, but specific conclusions of practical reason do not. It is right and true for everyone that one should act reasonably, And it does follow as a specific conclusion from that principle that, and this of course is Plato's example as well as St. Thomas's, what has been deposited with me for safekeeping, I should return on demand. But although this conclusion is true for most situations, there are occasions when it would be harmful and unreasonable to return what I am keeping. For example, still Plato's and Aquinas' example, for example, if the thing deposited was a weapon and the depositor wants it back to use in attacks on my own people. And Aquinas here states quite generally that because practical reasoning deals with non-necessary matters, contingentia, its propositions become more and more subject to exception the further one descends from high-level general principle to specific conclusion. I went on, is Aquinas teaching that the particular moral norms which elsewhere he seems to propose as exceptionless are really no more than generalizations, true in general, put in pluribus, but not always? No. In fact, his own statement here, that moral norms are generalizations and are subject to exceptions, is itself no more than a generalization subject to important exceptions. Aquinas makes this clear in many ways, I went on, above all by distinguishing between affirmative and negative moral norms. Some moral norms are negative, directing us not to do acts of a more or less specific type, but most are affirmative, directing one to do such and such. Affirmative moral principles and norms hold always but not for every occasion, semper sed non ad semper. So, for example, the obligation to return things deposited for safekeeping is in a sense universal, always a factor in moral deliberation about the things in one's possession. Yet there are occasions, those of the kind mentioned by Plato and Aquinas, when it should not, and therefore properly understood, does not govern those deliberations, but is superseded by other obligations of justice. Such norms, though always somehow relevant, leave it to one's moral judgment to discern the times, places, and other circumstances of their directiveness. But, last paragraph of my quotation from the book, but negative moral norms can be, and a number in truth are, binding and governing always and on every occasion, semper et ad semper, or pro semper. Negative moral norms of this sort are, in short, both specific, immediately applicable without further moral reasoning, and exceptionless. And it is these norms, relatively few in number, which give social life and just law their backbone. Unquote. We can easily see that if the proposition that norms become more subject to exception as they become more specific, if that were a universal truth rather than a generalization that is true only if itself it's subject to true exceptions, if that were the case, then there could not be any exceptionalist moral norms. And the key teaching of Veritatis Splendor would necessarily be false. That is why there is a subversion of Veritatis Splendor, or even a declaration of war on it, and on the apostolic and rational teaching that it restated, when, in section 304 of Amoris Laetitia, Pope Francis says, I earnestly ask that we always recall a teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas and learn to incorporate it in our pastoral discernment. And then he quotes from question 94, Article 4 of the Prima Secundae, although there is necessity in the general principles, the more we descend to matters of detail, the more frequently we encounter defects. In matters of action, truth, or practical rectitude, it's not the same for all as to matters of detail, but only as to the general principles, and where there is the same rectitude in matter of detail, it is not equally known to all. The principle will be found to fail according as we descend further into detail, unquote. And then Pope Francis goes on, it is true that general principles set forth a good which can never be disregarded or neglected, but in their formulation, they cannot provide absolutely for all particular situations, unquote. Such misdirection. Well, because I have expounded the foundational grounds and rationale of the philosophical and doctrinal theses subverted by Amoris Laetitia 304, exploring those grounds in each of the books I've mentioned and in others such as Fundamentals of Ethics and Natural Law and Natural Rights, I will today restrict my reflections to three topics which are related both to each other and to the apostolic moral teaching on exceptionalist moral norms, precepts or rules, norms, precepts, or rules which exclude from sound deliberation all choices of certain specific kinds of act, kinds each defined by the object of an act of that specific kind. So I will say something first about what is involved in identifying kinds of acts by their object. And secondly, something about the teaching of the Catechism of the Catholic Church on capital punishment. In that teaching's three successive and different iterations, two of them under John Paul II, and the other under and at the instigation of the present Pope. And third, I'll say something about the remarkable, little noticed, but very important teaching of that catechism on killing in war. During the years when the International Theological Commission Working Group on Absolute Moral Norms was preparing the report approved in December 1991, I delivered a paper at a conference organized jointly by the philosophy departments of the Catholic universities of Leuven and Louvain. The paper was published in 1991 in the American journal The Thomist as Object and Intention in St. Thomas Aquinas, and is now essay number 9 in the second volume of my collected essays. It demonstrates by texts and analysis what a vital role is played in the moral thought of Aquinas by the object of the act, and the profound and deeply established truth that in this context, object must be understood in the way that it would in 1993 be captured by Veritatis Splendor 78, entirely without any drafting input or direct or indirect from me. 78 says, the morality of the human act depends primarily and fundamentally on the object, rationally chosen by the deliberate will, as is borne out by the insightful analysis still valid today made by St. Thomas. In order to be able to grasp the object of an act which specifies that act morally, it is therefore necessary to place oneself in the perspective of the acting person. The object of the act of willing is, in fact, a freely chosen kind of behavior. By the object of a given moral act, then, one cannot mean a process or event of the merely physical order to be assessed on the basis of its ability to bring about a given state of affairs in the outside world. Rather, that object is the proximate end of a deliberate decision which determines, brings to an end, the act of willing on the part of the acting person. Unquote from Veritatis Splendor. In the audience at the Leuven-Louvain paper on object and intention in Aquinas was Elizabeth Anscombe, whose little but great book, Intention, had been, for me and many others, a primary guide in recovering a conception of practical reason and human action, true both to St. Thomas and to the realities of human choosing and self-determination. She expressed her agreement immediately in private to me in the lecture room. And I mentioned that because a year or two later, again in 1991, there was published my essay on intention and side effects, now essay number 10 in the Collected Essays, Volume 2, in which I pursue over 5 pages a critique of her, Elizabeth Anscombe's 1982 paper for the American Catholic Philosophical Association on action, intention, and double effect. The best short guide to our controversy is a pair of short essays. First, the contribution by her son-in-law, Luke Gormally, to the Festschrift Reason, Morality and Law, 2013, Oxford University Press, in which he vigorously expounds and illustrates with an unpublished nachlass of hers the conception of intention that she deployed in her morally oriented writings. And then secondly, my response to Gormally on pages 480 to 485 of the Festschrift, in which I illustrate the ways in which that conception, the one she deployed in her morally oriented writings, differs crucially from the different understanding of intention that she herself displayed and demonstrated the truth of in her book Intention. As I say on page 483, the book Intention ascribes a descriptive and explanatory priority to the description or descriptions which behavior has in the practical reasoning, the deliberations by which the acting person shaped up the proposal he or she adopted by choosing to behave, act, or forbear in this way. This shaping of descriptions in practical reasoning and deliberation is not a matter of finding, that is, devising or constructing a description under which the behavior one is determined to carry out will be acceptable, morally presentable to oneself or others. Rather, it is settled by what one considers a necessary or helpful means to achieving an objective, usually a nested set of objectives, ends, that one considers desirable in view of the factual context as one understands its bearing on, its relevance to both one's end or ends and the means that one judges serviceable for achieving such ends. In her moral writings, Anscombe's conception of the object of the act includes the thesis that there are important real and hypothetical ways of behaving such that doing or intending this just is doing that. So, her example in the Nachlass, transfixing a child with an arrow just is killing or gravely wounding the child. And intending the transfixing just is intending the killing or wounding. And that is the conception which I argued then and argue today is incompatible with the true conception of intention deployed in her great book. There, she illustrates the true conception with a scenario in which someone moves his arm to pump water to replenish the water supply to earn his usual pay as a pumper, and does so knowing but caring nothing that the water which he needs as usual to deliver happens on this occasion to be poisoned water. About this scenario, Anscombe in the book Intention said, in that case, although he knows concerning an intentional act of his, replenishing the house water supply, that it is also an act of replenishing the house water supply with poisoned water, it would be incorrect by our criteria to say that his act of replenishing the house supply with poisoned water was intentional. And I do not doubt the correctness of the conclusion. It seems to show that our criteria, her criteria, are rather good. And I agree. Of course, it is agreed on all sides that the pumper who knowingly pumps poisoned water is morally responsible for the injuries or deaths he foresees and causes, but that responsibility of his is measured and assessed not by applying the exceptionalist moral norm against having killing or injuring as one's object, killing with intent to kill or injure, but instead by applying the moral principles that govern causing death or harm by side effect, praeter intentionem, principles which are highly context and circumstance relative and look to issues of fairness, fidelity to voluntary undertakings, obligations of gratitude, and other affirmative moral standards and norms, including positive law. Obviously, these are matters worthy of being discussed for much longer than today's occasion allows, so I pass instead to the important and difficult practical applications and implications that have been chosen for today's conference: capital punishment and war. The reformulation of Catechism number 2267, and now I hope that you have in hand what I call a handout with two sides, which has the text of all the numbers of the Catechism, the paragraphs of the Catechism that I will be referring to, and without those in hand, it will be difficult to follow my discourse. So, the reformulation of Catechism number 2267, which is not the first but the fourth on the first page of the handout. The reformulation of that in August 2018 was described by the prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith as a development of doctrine. But in reality, I shall argue now, it does no more than rhetorically emphasize a doctrinal development initiated by Pius XII and made by John Paul II. That development still awaits a sufficient clarification and stabilization, and its implications for the education of military personnel and their supporting populations have hardly, I believe, been noticed, which is why I want to talk to you about them this morning. As you know, the Catechism was published first in 1992 in French, and translations in English and a few other modern languages were published in 1994. The whole Catechism was re-promulgated in 1997 with 103 passages amended, sometimes quite substantially. And now you have in hand, I hope, that two-sided sheet. Capital punishment is dealt with in the framework of the fifth commandment, paragraphs 2258 to 2330, and more specifically in the paragraphs about respect for human life, that's 2258 to 2283, and most specifically within that of legitimate defense of oneself or others, paragraphs 2263 to 2267. The 1992 or 1994 treatment of legitimate defense was, in its two central paragraphs, 2265 to 2266, confusingly formulated, running together forcible defense, private police or military, with punishment. And that confusion was sorted out, resolved in 1997 by extensive rewriting of 2265, 2266. Numbers 2263 to 2264 on basic principles remained and remain intact, and implicitly they articulate or entail the major development of doctrine that was already visible in number 2307, as we will see. Catechism 2267 had been quoted whole, by the time we get to 1997, it had been quoted whole in the 1995 encyclical Evangelium Vitae, section 56, which you see in the small typed footnote at the bottom of the second page of the handout, and was reaffirmed there in that encyclical as a principle that remains valid. 2267-92, as quoted, says, if bloodless, that means non-lethal, means are sufficient to defend human lives against an aggressor and to protect public order and the safety of persons, public authority should, or in the English translation of Evangelium Vitae, must limit itself to such means because they better correspond to the concrete conditions of the common good and are more in conformity to the dignity of the human person, unquote. In the 1997 revision of the Catechism, all of that was retained, and I shall argue that the whole doctrinal content of the 2018 revision is already stated even if not entirely expressly, in the sentence I have just read out, in which Evangelium Vitae 56 is quoting 2267 as it stood in 1992-4. But first I'll continue and conclude the textual history. Besides what was retained, as I just said, from 92-4, paragraph 2267 was in 1997 expanded or supplemented with a preface, as I call it, and a fact-premised conclusion, each derived from Evangelium Vitae 56. So see the second page of the handout, just above the middle. What I call the preface says the traditional teaching of the Church does not exclude recourse to the death penalty if this is the only possible way of effectively defending human lives against the unjust aggressor. And then the fact premise is the state today can render the offender incapable of doing harm without definitively taking away from him the possibility of redeeming himself. And then the conclusion, as a consequence, the cases in which execution, capital punishment, is the only possible way of effectively defending human lives are very rare, if not practically non-existent, unquote. So what the 2018 revision does is this. Paragraph 2267 in 92-94 already taught that non-capital punishments are more in conformity to human dignity, and as supplemented in 97, the same paragraph already taught that capital punishment is therefore not to be used, should not, must not, you might say, is inadmissible, unless a precondition is satisfied that it is here and now absolutely necessary to protect from this particular offender lives, safety, and public order. Now the 2018 revision of 2267 comes in to declare that that precondition is not now satisfied because of, first, today's increasing awareness that even the worst criminal's dignity is not lost, two, today's newly emergent understanding of the significance of state penal sanctions, as explained by the CDF letter of the 1st of August 2018. These sanctions look more and more to possible rehabilitation. And thirdly, today's more effective detention systems, ensuring due protection of citizens without definitively depriving the guilty of possible redemption by depriving them of their life. Therefore, on the basis of those three principles, or consequently, in the authoritative Italian per tanto, the Church teaches in the light of the gospel that the death penalty is inadmissible because it is an attack on the inviolability and dignity of the person, citing Francis's address of the 11th of October 2017. We will seriously distort the meaning and content of the revision if, whether with joy or alarm, we quote only its final sentence, and worse if we omit from that sentence the word consequently. And the word inadmissible, which is not a term of art of classical moral theology, has, I think, the same sense as the fact premised should limit itself to bloodless means, which is at the heart of 2267 in its 92, 94, and 97 version, quoted in Evangelium Vitae, not a should or inadmissibility of an exceptionless negative moral norm excluding a kind of act as intrinsice in honestum because of its object. So, whether or not the moral permissibility of some instances of state capital punishment has been definitively taught, that is, infallibly taught in one or more of the three possible ways articulated by the Vatican II in Lumen Gentium 25, a question that, if I have time, I'll touch on very briefly later. The 2018 revision, because it offers a teaching only about the circumstances currently widely understood, widespread attitudes and institutions of today, does not deny that permissibility in principle. The revision really goes no further than John Paul II did on the way to a judgment that, leaving out of account here and throughout a particular special divine commandment to some personal group, that capital punishment is intrinsice in honestum, inherently impermissible. Semper et ad semper. For we must not fail to take into account that John Paul II's Catechism did, from its outset in 1992, take some steps towards judging that capital punishment is, except by divine command, intrinsice in honestum. It's worth saying a little more about two phrases in the 2018 revision's key sentence that I quoted a minute ago. The phrase "is an attack" in context makes no point about the intentions involved in capital punishment, including its precise object. Nor does the phrase convey any assertion about capital punishment's admissibility under conditions different from today. And the phrase "in the light of the gospel" invites the question, which parts of the gospel and what precisely those parts make visible? I will argue that a proper theological answer to that question will point to two things, two matters, or two topoi. One is the status, dignity, rank, worth of every human individual as unconditionally the object of God's conditional promise of new creation and eternal life. The status closely studied, verified, and emphasized in Evangelium Vitae 7 through 55. And the other part of the answer, the other topos, points to the high moral significance of an action's intention, its precise object, as shaped in the actual inner deliberations of acting persons, including state officials. For those two topoi seem to be at the foundation of the Catechism's real development of doctrine in this domain, the little noticed but most striking development implied by 2263 to 5 and 2307. 2263, the first on page 1 of the handout, opens the Catechism's section on legitimate defense, the section that will end with capital punishment. And 2263 begins, unfortunately again, with a confusingly worded sentence, in most versions also mistranslated, but never amended in either the original or the translations. It deals both with the murder of the innocent and with intentional killing. The sentence's intended meaning, its thesis, is then made clear by the sentence following it, which is a quotation from Aquinas' famous statement that as a private person, one's morally legitimate defense of oneself, or those one's responsible for, can have a double effect: the preservation of oneself and the killing of the aggressor. The one effect is intended, the other effect is not. Well, he means should not be. Aquinas makes it explicitly clear, and 2263 takes for granted that such self-defense is morally permissible only if it includes no intent to kill, even when the means used to repel the aggression by me are known to be lethal, known by me to be lethal. Now, Aquinas in the same article goes on to say that public officials, police, military, judges, and so forth, can permissibly act against aggressors or criminals with, if need be, intent to kill them. And here is the point, my point. This part of Aquinas' teaching, long accepted in the tradition, is implicitly, but unambiguously, rejected by the Catechism. For paragraphs 2263 to 65 extend the moral exclusion of intention to kill, even when using very lethal weaponry, to all instances of legitimate defense, including the actions of, quote, those holding legitimate authority, unquote, exercising the right to repel by armed force aggressors against the civil community. And that is confirmed by 2307, which heads up the section devoted to just war. 2307, the fifth commandment forbids the intentional destruction of human life. 2308, governments cannot be denied the right of lawful self-defense. 2309, The strict conditions for legitimate defense by military force require rigorous consideration. Evangelium Vitae's discussion in section 55, unfortunately, this is in the footnote on the second page, unfortunately does not consider the preconditions and limits of morally permissible legitimate defense of self or others. It says no more than when the need to render the aggressor incapable of causing harm involves taking his life, the fatal outcome is attributable to the aggressor, even though he may not be morally responsible because of a lack of the use of reason, unquote. And we can well leave to one side the more or less fictional attribution of the aggressor's death to himself. Despite these deficiencies, Evangelium Vitae 55 does indicate that the right of legitimate defense is about not the bringing about of the aggressor's death, but the repelling of what is causing or likely to cause harm, nocere. It is implied, I suggest, that because those, the aggressors, who are causing or likely to cause such harm, are harming nocens, they are not known nocens, they are not in this sense innocent for the purposes of the commandment, do not kill the innocent. They are not in this sense innocent, adds 55, even if they are not morally responsible because they lack the use of reason, like a drugged or coerced child firing a machine gun in a crowded playground. Anyway, Evangelium Vitae left intact the Catechism's remarkable adjustment of the tradition, the remarkable implicit judgment that there is no relevant difference between private persons and public officials in relation to the wrongness of intentional killing. For both classes of persons, there is to be no intending to kill, not even while deciding to carry out forceful, violent measures that one knows are likely or certain to have lethal effect, but reasonably judges are needed to stop criminals in their crimes or enemy forces engaging in operations aggression against one's country. And this is true, as 55 says, even when those operations to be stopped or defeated are by morally innocent conscripts advancing towards our lines under compulsion by ruthless blocking squads, much like that child in the playground. The Catechism, to summarize, is teaching as a truth of natural law and our religion that intentional killing is exceptionlessly wrong, but is distinguishable from using lethal means chosen simply for their efficacy as rendering harm doers hors de combat, putting them out of the fight. That is, it is teaching the wrongness of all killing with intent precisely to kill, all choices and actions whose object is killing, as distinct from the intent to stop the attack by use of means that, while targeting the attacker and known to be lethal in their effect, known to kill, are chosen for their stopping power, not their lethality, and thus are intended precisely for and have as their object putting the attacker out of the fight. These texts, 2263, 65, and 2307, articulate a change in the tradition, a change that deserves, as I've said, far more attention and discussion than it has yet received, and is, one could say, much more important than the accompanying more ambiguous shifts of position limited expressly to capital punishment. It's this wide and rigorous teaching about everyone's obligation to respect all human life by excluding all intent to kill that is then applied to capital punishment in the way that I've been suggesting to you is essentially constant from 1992 to today. That application has attracted much publicity and anxious attention, but of vastly greater practical significance in itself is the wide teaching summed up in 2307, applying as it does to training and conduct of armed forces, police, or military. Yet how many people who welcome or who deplore John Paul II's teachings on capital punishment and the essentially similar teachings of Francis are even aware of John Paul II's wider teaching that intent to kill must be excluded from all police and military deliberations and choices of action. This whole set of teachings in all formulations is based as its context in the unified section 2263 to 69 on legitimate defense, as clarified or confirmed in 2307, as all that makes clear, is based on two foundations, the two topoi I spoke of above, the fundamental human good and sacred status of the life of each and every human being, and secondly, the reality and significance of double effect, that is, of the distinction between effects that one intends and effects that one does not intend, but knowingly causes as side effects of carrying out what one does intend. These are foundations that have emerged in the manner mentioned in Evangelium Vitae 2 and 28 and described in same encyclicals 55, when it says Christian reflection has sought a fuller and deeper understanding of what God's commandment prohibits and prescribes. And then it cites 2263 to 2269. In examining these foundations in turn, we're not looking, I suggest, at the corruption of Catholic thought and doctrine by secularized sentimentalism, as some or many critics understandably suppose. We are rather looking at a closer and closer attention to the tradition's principles of faith and morals and to what these principles require in cleansing of the heart and in steadily pursuing understanding. So sacredness is predicated of every human life, not as pious rhetoric, but as summarizing a doctrine. The doctrine God alone is the Lord of life and death. And that doctrine heads up the paragraph in Gaudium et Spes 51, in which the Second Vatican Council lent its weight to the Church's age-old, indeed apostolic teaching against abortion, infanticide, and contraception. For God, the Lord of life, has entrusted to men and women the preeminent ministry of safeguarding life in a manner worthy of man, of the human. Of course, a life about to emerge that naturally will begin unless I do something to prevent it is greatly different from a life already in being. And Paul VI in Humanae Vitae soft-pedaled, de-emphasized the contraception is contra life rationale of Christianity's perennially double rationale teaching against contraception, highlighting instead the contraception is contra marriage, the marital chastity rationale. He soft-pedaled but did not overlook the lordship of life, of God over life, even in its initial inception, is quietly asserted in Humanae Vitae's very first sentence, and then is spelled out, referring also to human life's sacredness, in the second paragraph of that encyclical's key central section about what's wrong with contraception, number 13. The sole and absolute lordship of God over human life and death is then emphatically thematized in Catechism 2258, 2318-9, and in Evangelium Vitae 39, 46, 47, 52, citing Humanae Vitae 13, 53, 55, and 66. As 53 puts it, God proclaims that he is absolute Lord of the life of man. Human life is thus given a sacred and inviolable character. 39 roots the doctrine in Deuteronomy 32. The Catechism 2318 roots it in Job. Aquinas gave prominence to the formula Deus Dominus Vitae et Mortis. God is the Lord of life and of death. And then dignity, human superiority to the subhuman, is a necessary but never sufficient ground for the natural and Christian moral truths about killing. Its sanctity of life, God's sole lordship over the passage from life to death, that is needed and available even in unaided natural reason at full stretch, as premise for the strict exclusion of autonomous acts of suicide and voluntary euthanasia. So, as the 20th century church had to face up to ever more insistent calls to legitimize those options, suicide and voluntary euthanasia, it had to deepen its appropriation and understanding of the moral implication of both the unpopular truth that each and every human being was at his or her very origin the object of a special act of creation, ensoulment by God, and the truth, more popular but sadly often taken lightheartedly for granted, as if unconditional, that each human being thus summoned into life is a creature so significant that God has prepared for him or her a place in his kingdom and a sharing in his divine life. So, second topic, or topos, terminating life with intent to terminate life versus knowingly causing death. Catholic tradition, as articulated by Aquinas, judged it intrinsically and thus exceptionlessly immoral for me to form an intention to kill while defending myself or others against an aggressor, but, as I said, also judged it morally permissible for public officials to act on such an intention while defending the common good by suppressing serious crime or administering just penalties. And we've seen that the Catechism, as I've been laboring to show, replaces and reverses the second judgment by extending the judgment about private intentions to kill defensively, so that that judgment now covers or includes also public officials acting in the course of their duties. And this extension exhibits high confidence in the practical possibility of carrying out the lethal operations needed for defense of the common good without precisely intending their lethality. And though none of us, nor anyone else guilty of supporting new natural law theory, had any part at all in the preparation of any of the moral parts of the Catechism, Germaine Grisey and Joseph Boyle and I, jointly and severally, and most recently in my Aquinas book, have published explorations of that possibility, as, for example, in our book, Nuclear Deterrence, Morality and Realism. And we have defended the new position against the initially plausible-sounding criticism that it necessarily involves what Elizabeth Anscombe's early writings rightly ridiculed as phony direction of intention or double-think rationalizations about intention. Against that criticism, we have argued, stands Anscombe's own entirely sound analysis and explanation of intention as a psychological reality, very fine-grained and real element of honest deliberation and choice, the adopting by choice of a proposal one has shaped for oneself in one's deliberations as a set of means of achieving the end or ends for the sake of which the proposal is shaped and adopted. And notice, I'd love to dwell on this, every means and end in any adopted proposal is intended. Each end and each means is intended, and in fact, each means is also an end, except the very closest beginning of getting up out of the chair, etc. Here again, the Church has had to focus intently over the last 150 years on issues involving the distinction between what's intended and what is caused and accepted or permitted without being intended. That focus has been intensified as Western culture has drifted further and faster away from Christian norms and challenged their justifiability more and more fiercely. The difference between terror bombing civilians and legitimate bombing of military targets located in civilian areas, between legitimately refusing medical treatment and committing suicide or requesting euthanasia, between contraception and periodic abstinence, between formal and material cooperation in moral evil, between abortion and justifiable therapies causing termination of pregnancy and loss of the unborn child. These and other troublesome high-profile issues have called for deeper, more transparent identification of what precisely it is to form, have, to act upon an intention. Moreover, the proportionalist and situationist moral theologies condemned in Veritatis Splendor blandly but pervasively reject the relevance of intention in the sense in which it is in play here. They reject particularly the decisive relevance of the chosen action's precise object. So the attaining of clarity about why proportionalism and situationism must be rejected has required, once again, close attention to intentions, realities, boundaries, and high moral relevance. So, combining the Church's sharpened understanding of the content and reality of the intention of the acting person with the Church's deepened awareness of God's unique lordship over life and death, the Catechism pronounced the Church's developed judgment, which one may paraphrase as affirming that the true moral content of the commandment, never kill the innocent, is never form or act upon an intention to kill a human being, though you may and often should defend yourself and or others, even when that means you know or expect to be lethal, against persons who are knock-ins in the sense that without justification, or even if morally inculpable, they are causing or about to cause grave harm which one is morally entitled to stop. Now, that wide judgment, combined with Aquinas' common sense judgment that capital punishment has as its object, that is its immediate intention, the death of the convict, seems indeed to entail that capital punishment, too, accurately understood as punishment, that is, as executing the offender for primarily retributive reasons, rather than defense against imminent attack, offends against the commandment. That is, violates that respect for human life and therefore human dignity, which is required of everyone, private or public, because to intend to kill is to treat oneself as having a lordship over life and death that is God's alone. The Catechism, even as revised in 2018, stops short of drawing that conclusion. But it's reasonable to ask, could the proposition that capital punishment inherently offends against the fifth commandment and the equivalent precept of natural, moral reason and law, could that be adopted and taught consistently with, that is, as an authentic development of past church teaching about capital punishment? And I explored that question briefly in public discourse, in the online journal Public Discourse, in August and December 2018, where you can find the arguments that I articulated for the conclusion that the Catholic Church has not definitively taught the permissibility of state capital punishment precisely as capital, that is, intended to kill, because not sheerly defensive, but instead seeking death for the sake of punishment, or deterrence, or incapacitation. So I was hoping to talk to you about those reasons, but I've gone over my time. So you can consult, and you can find them all in the August and December 2018 numbers of Public Discourse, which are online, are easily found by search. So I go straight to my final page. I'd love to have expounded those reasons to you now, but I've run out of time. The document cited in the newly formulated 2067 of the Catechism and in the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith's covering letter of the 1st of August 2018 is a speech delivered in 2017 by the same Pope who issued section 304 of Amoris Laetitia. So it is no surprise that the theological or moral reasons proposed for the change in Catechism 2067 do not articulate the ground or grounds that I've been suggesting to you could truly authenticate a development of doctrine excluding capital punishment as intrinsically immoral by reason of its object. This pair of documents, the address of Pope Francis and the covering letter of the CDF, do arouse and reinforce serious misgivings because they focus almost exclusively on human dignity, as if that provided for our rights and duties, not simply as it does an indispensable presupposition and ground, but rather a quasi-map, a kind of diagram identifying the very sense or ratio of those rights and tracing their content and boundaries, the morally relevant kind of chosen acts excluded by those rights. Because the opaque language of dignity is today deployed constantly by secular organs and elites to promote, yes, a rejection of capital punishment, but equally an indulgence towards or favor for euthanasia, suicide, and the many forms of anti-marital sex, and the radically unjust promotion of gender fluidity and same-sex parodies of marriage. And the educational institutions and programs they promote are nearly unanimous in denying or ignoring the justice of retribution, with its attention to the continuing and often justly decisive relevance of past deeds to present entitlement and conduct, attention and relevance that are essential to the truth of the Christian faith. Catechism 2267, in its 2018 version, does put out of sight one puzzling obscurity in the same paragraph, previous versions, about how action taken solely for the sake of defense could be punitive in intent or in fact. But the 2018 revision does that while ratifying and adopting in relation to certain current empirical conditions, which it points to and treats with unwarrantable confidence as permanent. It ratifies the very line of thought that generates that puzzle. And though the revision and the CDF commentary make, as I've argued, no change in teaching, they do create at least an impression of change, and of change in a form that obscures the one line of development that would, it seems to me, be authentic. Thus, in those ways, deficient in doctrinal substance, these documents may have as their main immediate effect little more than the exacerbation, the worsening of prevailing uncertainties about the faith and its integrity, and the further distraction of the faithful and their pastors from attention to more urgent and weighty matters. Above all, I would say, to the faith's foundation in that historical truth of the Gospels, which since the early 1960s has come to be denied by most of the teachers of Scripture to the seminarians who are due to become our bishops and popes. Priests first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Finnis. We seem to be a bit delayed, but we have provided for at least 15 or 20 minutes of discussion. So if there are some questions, comments, you can ask comments in Polish. I have the translation, but it's everything is simultaneously translated, so we can translate it in the best possible way. I've seen at least Dr. Anthony McCarthy and Dr. Helen Watt, who have joined us online. So I think there will be a chance for anybody who's watching us online to ask their question. But let us start with people here in the audience. Okay, there you go.
Well, first of all, thank you, Professor Finnis, for a wonderful speech. I wanted to ask, because you were talking about discerning. Actually, I have written it down. If someone is threatening the common good, and in Radbruch's formula, there is this. Well, he says actually that it has to be grossly unfair to threaten someone's good, and then it's unjust. And according to the new natural law, what are the conditions, according to you, that we need to know that something is threatening common good? Because
Is what? Something is what?
What are the conditions
Yes.
of the natural
Yes.
law, new natural law, that we know that something is threatening our common good?
Yeah. Well, is that,
I just also wanted to ask if there are any levels of responsibility, if there are any levels of the threat, if it's, just one phenomenon, or if there are many levels.
yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Well, first of all, the new natural law theory is, the label new natural law theory was attached to our work by its most bitter enemies, because our work has, from the beginning, intended to be a recovery of the old authentic natural law of St. Thomas in particular, against various distortions introduced in the Renaissance and post-Renaissance neo-scholastic doctrines of, for example, Francisco Suarez, and taught through the textbooks of the 19th, early 20th century. So we repudiate the charge that this is all new, and therefore we have nothing very new or interesting to say in addition to what the tradition, which St. Thomas sums up in conversation with all his predecessors, including not only the fathers and the earlier scholastics, but Aristotle, and through Aristotle, Plato, and the Stoics and so forth. We have nothing much to add to what the whole tradition delivers in the way of, to take your case, your question, the various levels of responsibility that a given person has to others, well, first to himself or herself, but then to others in the whole sequence of complex orders of dependence on his or her actions of those others. So no one is responsible for everyone in all respects, but each of us is responsible for everyone in some respect. But that responsibility becomes thinned out and more subject to override, defeat, etc., by more urgent responsibilities. So it's the conception of circles of responsibility through the family, through the nuclear family, through the wider family, through the neighborhood. This is all Aristotelian thought, and from the neighborhood out to circles of economic dependence and so on. And then we have the idea of the state or a state, the political community, which takes responsibility for a defined territory or domain, in which the complex of relations between individuals and families and neighborhoods and associations for economic and other purposes are to be supervised so that they're not subject to piratical, cynical, criminal exploitation by those who are indifferent to their responsibilities or who unilaterally prioritize one responsibility regardless, so to speak, of everyone else. So we need some more or less impartial judges to supervise this complex of relationships to protect them against exploitation and immoral abuse. And that responsibility then, in the case of the state order, becomes one of coercion and compulsion. So the only way of stopping the criminal, the irresponsible, is to prevent them, to stop them, and in the last analysis, to put them hors de combat. So we have state law with its coercive edge, not just edge, but center, because in the end, what the judge administers is a compulsory judgment, which must be applied by the organs of the state. So the kinds of conceptions of fairness and responsibility that are in play are on the whole, systematically worked out in legal doctrine which is similar across vast domains of legal orders in time and place, but with subtle differences that people have developed by custom or by whatever cause, so that you have more or less characteristic doctrines of legitimate defense and of the various doctrines of expropriation and so on that are peculiar to one legal system and slightly different from others, significantly different, etc. But presiding over all that is this set of generalized principles which are relevant in all circumstances, but each of which is subject to override and exceptions by virtue of the interaction with other similar general principles. And all that is kept steady, as I said, or given its backbone by the few but important strategic absolute exclusions. So the judge is absolutely excluded from simply determining for the common good to lie about what happened and to give a false judgment, condemn the innocent, etc., and so forth.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for your speech. I have kind of a more practical question. So you mentioned the fragment of Amoris Laetitia, and what I've heard and interpreted in what you said is that it is in some contradiction with Veritatis Splendor. And I have a question whether it is only one of the interpretations and maybe there is some more favorable interpretation of this part of Amoris Laetitia, and what we as Catholics should do. So should we spread the more favorable interpretation which agrees with Veritatis Splendor, or should we point that, this really contradicts Veritatis Splendor? So this is my question.
So I didn't hear every word you said, but I heard this. I think I understood you to say, in relation to 304
exactly.
Amoris Laetitia, what should we do about it?
Yeah, exactly. And is it what you said is only one of the possible interpretations, or is it the fact that it contradicts Veritatis Splendor and we can't do nothing about it and we can't find any more favorable interpretation?
Yeah. Well, it's a great question, isn't it? But and so the Holy Father speaks out of his apostolic authority, which he holds by virtue of the whole apostolic tradition, and the whole apostolic tradition contains as integral the teaching of Veritatis Splendor, in the key sections. I mean, not every word of Veritatis Splendor, but it's teaching in 3 or 4 sentences against proportionalism. In fact, of course, Veritatis Splendor mostly is reiterating apostolic teaching, but its teaching intent is focused on those 2 or 3 sentences in around 78. I've forgotten the exact numbers. It's on each side of 78. And those are, as I say, recapitulating and handing on, reasserting something that has been constantly taught more or less explicitly since the beginning. And even the intense focus upon the interior deliberations of the acting person in shaping up a proposal which defines the precise object of the act, which is essential to the intelligibility of the teaching, even that is right there in the Gospels, in Matthew and Mark, where our Lord speaks of it's from within, from the heart, as he says, that all these evils come. And then he lists a series of wrongful kinds of act. It's from the heart that those wrongful kinds of acts come forth. So it's not the slab of behavior as such, but it's the behavior as chosen, as shaped up in intention and then adopted by willing. That is the that is the content of moral judgment, or the object of moral judgment, the subject matter of moral judgment, in the norms that the tradition has taught as exceptionless. So insofar as 304 offers, without confronting Veritatis Splendor or its precise teaching or its apostolic origins or any of that, without confronting it and setting it to one side, but just ignoring it, insofar as it offers a countervailing sentence or two from St. Thomas, and it is from St. Thomas that 304 quotes. Insofar as it does that, it is inviting us. It's not, of course, willingly inviting us, but we are entitled to make the observations of the kind that I made this morning, namely, this is not what St. Thomas meant, or rather, the meaning that you would derive from simply reading what Pope Francis earnestly invites you to read, namely this sentence. The meaning that it seems to have is not its true meaning. It was never its true meaning. It's not what St. Thomas was teaching. And so if the appeal is to St. Thomas's authority, very good. Here is what St. Thomas integrally teaches, namely that what he said in that sentence is true, but it's subject to exceptions. And the exceptions relate to the very matter of Veritatis Splendor's teaching. So I think we should more or less, I mean, it's obviously a very regrettable situation in which we have to invite readers of a papal encyclical to read wider, but that's not a novelty. It's not a complete novelty by any means. So we needn't be too excited by it. It is a startling phenomenon to see one pope, as I said, at least subverting his predecessor's most significant teaching, or, as I also said, declaring war on it, opening a battle against it. That's a novelty, but it's not something that we should be too concerned to take into account and live with. We should, I think, serenely observe the limitations of the teaching, the counter considerations to which it is subject, and until such time as it were, open conflict is declared and all the arguments are put on both sides and a judgment is made for one side against the other. Until that moment, we haven't got a real problem of coherence and conscience.
Okay, before taking another question, may I ask the people online, Anthony Stiepel, Dr. Watt, if you like asking a question, just press the microphone button and go ahead, because I would like to. Okay, nobody seems to be okay. Okay, so I think one or two more questions.
Professor Finnis, my question is about the timing in moral theology.
About what?
The timing in moral theology, because in this change in the catechism, there's a reference to today. So you discussed what does it mean today, but when this today is starting and when it is over, in this sense that, for example, the teaching of Pope Benedict on the same issue, or the previous teaching of Pope Francis is becoming immoral if they have not recognized early enough this coming of today, and how we can recognize that this today is over today, so that this teaching is no more binding. That's not only concerning this death penalty, but, for example, when we have Gaudium et Spes, that's in the contemporary world. But that's about the word 60 years ago.
About
the word 60 years ago.
Yes.
When the text was written. So is it binding for us today or not?
Yeah. Well, so in the case of the Catechism's change, the today is the today in which penal systems of detention can retain dangerous criminal in such way that they can't kill others. So there's that today, and we can imagine easily enough situations, and of course they occur in times of trouble right now, even today, when the walls break down and the bad guys escape and do what they will. So there's a kind of relativity to that, so that today there might last a day, or it may. We hope, of course, that it will last indefinitely, and we intend we hope and intend to live in societies which can contain dangerous persons in humane but secure conditions, such that they are no longer a danger to others. So that today we hope will last indefinitely. But on the other hand, as I've just said, it may last until tomorrow when in fact there's a revolution and the walls come down and so forth, or some other breakdown. The today of the church in the modern world and reading the signs of the times, so-called, is a trope. Which I think myself, I've always privately thought was to some extent an accommodated use of the scriptural phrase, reading the signs of the times. I'm not sure that that's what our Lord had in mind, but be that as it may, it makes itself subject to transience and impermanence by its very, as you're hinting, I think, Father, by its very appeal to the considerations of today, as opposed to the past, but who knows the future, which will render today the mere past. And that's why I think it's important to go behind all that without rejecting any of it to the apostolic, to the today of 30 to 33 AD, when the definitive revelation was made, and from that extraordinary 3 years and its culminating events, we get what's intended to last to the end of this world, the human end of this world. That's a reasonable today, which is permanent. The today of the new creation that is inaugurated in Christ and announced as the imminence of the kingdom, the coming of the kingdom, to which the response is repentance and conversion, because the kingdom is what counts, and it starts now and it ends in eternity. It doesn't end. So the burden of the apostolic mandate is to carry all that including its moral parts, which are part of the condition on which eternal life is made available to human beings in this astounding final phase of creation. It's our responsibility to carry that forward through all the todays.
I see that Anthony is trying to break through. Anthony, are you with us?
I am with you, if you can hear me.
Yes.
Well,
We can.
mean, in a sense, I mean, the previous question, I think, there's something to this. My understanding of Aquinas and self-defense is that one can't intentionally kill the aggressor. That can't be part of your intention. But isn't that rather understood in terms of you haven't got a legitimate public authority above you to do that? Where that's present, it looks as though Aquinas says that can be justified, so long as it's done, with the corrected intention of defence, or in the case of punishment, redress. So, obviously, what you're saying is in that. I wonder if you could just say a little more that how you interpret Aquinas in a way that doesn't allow the public authority that presumption.
If I understand you rightly, Anthony, what I'm arguing is that the Catechism brusquely, firmly, you might say decisively, sets aside that second part of the very same paragraph of St. Thomas, and does so without drawing attention to that, but it's highly visible. It simply quotes the sentence, sorry, when talking about public authority, as well as private self-defense, it quotes only the section of the article that addresses St. Thomas's article that addresses private self-defense and excludes the intent to kill. It ignores, knowingly, obviously knowingly, ignores what he says about public defense of justice and order. So it's a revision of Aquinas. It's a rejection of St. Thomas's teaching on that. It's a development of doctrine. Now, I'm arguing it was made perfectly deliberately. It's not an accident. It's not an oversight. And it can be defended. And I've offered a defense both this morning and in my book on Aquinas, where I faithfully expound St. Thomas's view, give all his reasons for his view, and then say what I think can be said against it. So one mustn't, in any sense, I mustn't, and nobody must, in any sense, avoid the fact that, and I don't, that St. Thomas is being revised, in a certain sense, rejected on this very point for reasons which emerge from his own work.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. The final question from the audience. Or from online participants. If not, so please join me in thanking Professor Finnis for his great lecture today. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite everybody to have a cup of tea or coffee outside. We'll continue with the second part of the seminar starting at 1 p.m. We have a half an hour delay, but I think we'll manage that. So 1 p.m., those of you who are interested, please join us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Nie mogę. Okay. Welcome back after the coffee break. Now it's time for the second part of our seminar. And the first speaker is Adam Cebula from Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. And he will tell us about Catholic ethics of war and, speaking precisely, Catholic ethics of war on the plausibility of Christian pacifism. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll read out the paper just to stick to the time limit. A number of public statements made by Pope Francis in the course of the past 1.5 years regarding the Russian military aggression against Ukraine have caused considerable confusion not only among the faithful of the Catholic Church, but also among members of the general public witnessing the tragedy of the Ukrainian population massacred by Russian soldiers. Already in March 2022, while addressing the participants of the Congress of the Pontifical Foundation Gravissimus Educationis, the Pope said, you have it on the board, we think of so many soldiers who are sent to the front, very young Russian soldiers, poor things. Let's think of so many young Ukrainian soldiers. Let's think of the inhabitants, the young people, boys, girls. A war always is the defeat of humanity. Always. We, the educated who work in education, are defeated by this war because, on the one hand, we are responsible. There are no just wars. They do not exist. Non esistono, le guerre giuste non esistono. That was the exact quote. An even more controversial point was made in the subsequent part of Pope's speech. The common good is connected with love and cannot be defended by military force. Non può essere difeso con la forza militare. A community or nation that asserts itself by force, che voglia affermarsi con la forza, does not or does so to the detriment of other communities and becomes a fomenter of injustice, inequality, and violence. Despite the attempts made today by some commentators to explain Francis' intriguingly ambiguous attitude towards the ongoing Ukrainian defensive war by his being constrained as head of the Vatican State to adhere to the standards of the language of diplomacy, the Pope's statements from the last 12 or 18 months seem to accurately reflect his views. The encyclical letter, Fratelli Tutti, published by Francis 3 years ago, discusses issues directly related to the morality of war. In the first part of the document, in the passage entitled War and Death Penalty, the Pope deals with the challenges posed by contemporary armed conflicts. The climax of this fragment of the encyclical is the thesis which radically questions the centuries-old achievements of Christian moral philosophers, poring over the possibility of justifying military action. We can no longer think of war as a solution because its risks will probably always be greater than its supposed benefits. In view of this, it is very difficult nowadays to invoke the rational criteria elaborated in early centuries to speak of the possibility of a just war. War never again, end of quote. Although this apparent rejection of moral permissibility of military action of any kind is phrased in the context of a number of accurate observations about the unprecedented potential of modern military technologies, the sharpness of the anti-war message presented in the document promoting the official moral teaching of the Pope makes it necessary to ask a question about its elementary meaning, independent of possible general interpretations of Francis's inclinations towards pacifism. A question of this kind, critical or urgent, in the light of daily reports about hundreds of innocent victims of the war in Ukraine, is essentially a question about the plausibility of jus contra bellum, apparently understood by Francis as the culmination of Christian philosophical reflection on the phenomenon of war, so far developed around the three fundamental principles justifying military action: jus ad bellum, jus in bello, and jus post bellum. Providing a philosophical, especially Catholic philosophical commentary to the anti-war statements made by the Pope, so significant from the perspective of the current events, seems necessary for at least three reasons. The first is related to the very foundations of the prevalent legal and ethical approach to the issue of war, laid by the most respected and influential Christian thinkers of all times, revisited on several occasions, sometimes in most dramatic historical circumstances by their followers, and ultimately confirmed in the fairly recent documents articulating the Catholic Church's official position on the permissibility of employment of military force. The second is the specific mode of Francis's apparent repudiation of the doctrine of just war, implying the essential equalization of the moral status of either warring party, whether in the case of conflicts initiated and sustained by undeniable, even in the case of conflicts initiated and sustained by undeniable and unprovoked acts of aggression perpetrated by one of them. An inevitable outcome of the Pope's unqualified anti-war pronouncements is also a peculiar understanding of often heroic military resistance mounted in the course of the past century against totalitarian regimes such as the Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union, the latter being openly and systematically proclaimed by Russia's President Vladimir Putin to be a model form of political organization of Central and Eastern Europe. Last but not least, the necessity of examining both the reasonableness and the moral soundness of the Pope's position on the permissibility of war, expressed repetitively in the context of the ongoing defense operation carried out by the Ukrainian armed forces, stems from the dubiousness of one of the elementary assumptions of this view. The assumption in question, the belief in the impermissibility of an attacked political communities unintendedly exposing its members to the enemy's violence without having a substantiated prospect of a relatively swift success of its defensive military undertaking may also adversely impact the interpretation of the just war formula contained as yet in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. In reconstructing the beginnings of Christian deliberation on the morality of war, one cannot overlook a close affinity between jus contra bellum advocated by Pope Francis and the radical pacifism of early Christian thinkers such as Tertullian and Lactantius. According to Tertullian, the followers of Jesus have no choice but to dismiss the possibility of doing military service. The rejection by Christians of any engagement in warfare must be complete, even if the Old Testament does provide examples of military violence permitted or even commanded by God. For Lactantius, at least at the earlier stage of the development of his views on Christian morality, the absolute impermissibility of a Christian taking part in war is an immediate consequence of the total ban on killing, which in turn stems from the inviolable dignity of human life. And so there must be no exception to this command, I'm quoting, of God. Killing a human being whom God willed to be inviolable is always wrong. End of quote. It is, however, almost immediately, after Lactantius' proclamation of radical pacifism as an allegedly inherent component of the Christian doctrine, that the Christian mainstream understanding of war undergoes a substantial change. The blueprint for the theory of just war, as it's called to this day, legitimizing individual participation in some types of military endeavors, laying ground for the ethical, commanding, prescribing of this kind of participation, is drawn up by St. Augustine. The author of Contra Faustum gives an outline of what will come to be known as the basic conditions for the moral permissibility of warfare. A military action must have a just cause, it must be carried out with the right intention, and it can only be taken by the legitimate authority. The general framework for ethical arguments justifying war in certain clearly specified cases finds a systematic delineation in the philosophical work of Thomas Aquinas, who also expounds on additional aspects of just war, including the key principles of permissible conduct of military operations, for example, the principle of proportionality in the employment of means and methods of warfare. It is worth noting how the elementary standards of the of moral evaluation of war established by the end of the 13th century in the Catholic doctrine were put to the test in particular instances of military conflicts taking place at the height of cultural and political dominance of European Christendom. Two of such cases are particularly revealing. In both of them, the reasoning based on the principal tenets of just war theory led to the conclusions directly jeopardizing vested interests of the religious and political establishment at the time. The first case, still not fully appreciated, especially in Western literature, involved the contribution of the Polish theologian and legal scholar Paweł Włodkowicz to the Council of Constance, held in 1416, referencing the circumstances of the consequential military conflict between the then Kingdom of Poland and the state of the Teutonic Order, the Order of Brothers of the German House of St. Mary in Jerusalem. The arguments of the representative of the Polish side in the parallel Polish-Teutonic diplomatic, legal and ethical dispute, validating the right of pagan states not to be invaded by their powerful Christian neighbors, became a prefiguration of the theories of international law formulated later by leading European thinkers. Over 100 years after, okay, something has happened. Over 100 years after the Council of Constance, the basic assumptions of Włodkowicz's understanding of just war were proclaimed again in the context of the colonial conquest of South America by Spanish Dominican Francisco de Vitoria, viewed today as one of the most influential pioneers of modern just war theory. The classic version of war ethics underlying most of today's disputes over military conflicts has thus its origins in the doctrine of the Catholic Church. This fact is clearly recognized by the most important contemporary thinker dealing with the morality of war, Michael Walzer, the author of Just and Unjust Wars, which has been published 5 times since its first publication in 1977. As he puts it, just war theory is a Catholic creation. Every civilization and every religion has rules about war, about when to fight and how to fight, but as far as I know, no one else produced a systematic theory. The full development of the theory comes in the later Middle Ages, in the writings and the writers working on the theory of, and the writers working on the theory are working in a disputed, sometimes amorphous middle ground between Christian pacifism and the Holy War. The critique of pacifism does not play much part in the 15th century writings, nor in Vladimir Włodkowicz's text, but the critique of Holy War is a central issue. I once believed, writes Walzer, that the decisive repudiation of Holy War came with the Spanish Dominicans in the 16th century, writing about and sometimes against the conquest of the Americas. I was wrong. The decisive repudiation came at least a century earlier in opposition to the wars of the Teutonic Knights, or maybe earlier than that. Vladimir cites many writers, including frequently Pope Innocent IV, from the preceding centuries. Such a thorough embedment of just war theory in the tradition of Catholic social thought, confirmed by a prominent liberal intellectual, is another reason why, especially in a country like Poland, the proposal of a radical change in the age-long Christian doctrine regarding the possibility of justifying defensive wars should not be left without a response. According to the contemporary version of war ethics, which is almost universally accepted today, the criteria determining the moral permissibility of starting a war use at bellum are independent of the criteria specifying morally permissible conduct of military operations used in bellum. A characteristic feature of use at bellum is that it pertains exclusively to a certain type of collective entities, that is, sovereign states. While acknowledging the substantive character of and nature of political community, which is more than the sum of the life activity of its members, Walzer dismisses the possibility of attributing to the communal life any form of transcendence. It seems, however, especially in the context of Walzer's widely discussed position concerning the specific entitlements of political leaders in the situation of what he calls supreme emergency, that the thesis about a certain kind of ontic autonomy of a state remains a necessary assumption of the political theory underlying just and unjust wars. The most important premise legitimizing the resort to military force in international relations is the need to defend the political sovereignty and territorial integrity of a state in the event of it becoming a victim of armed aggression. In contrast to defensive war, military aggression against an independent state is always morally unacceptable. All the combatants, regardless of the moral qualification of the objectives pursued by the party to the conflict they represent, are obliged to observe the norms of jus ad bellum. The most significant among the latter is the absolute prohibition of deliberate attacks on non-combatants of civilians. The most controversial one, in turn, though, judging by its staunch defense, similarly important for Walther, and the supporters of this version of just war theory, stipulates the essential moral equality of all soldiers taking part in military conflicts. Such a radical separation of jus ad bellum and jus in bello is a substantial modification of the earlier versions of just war theory, including its Christian prototype, which allow for some interrelatedness between the assessment of individual engagement in an armed conflict and the possibility of justifying the goals of the warring parties. Contrary to the opinions of most of Walter's supporters, as well as his opponents, who emphasize the essential continuity between his theory and its medieval ancient predecessors, the rigid jus ad bellum and jus in bello dichotomy was never part and parcel of the traditional theorizing about war ethics. An important part of Paweł Budkowicz's argument, laid out in Constance 600 years ago, is devoted to highlighting the relationship between the moral assessment of individual involvement in an armed conflict and the righteousness of the cause one is fighting for. Categorical as this view was, and thus directly challenged in the contemporary Waltzerian version of just war theory, it did take into account the complexity of situations of individuals subordinated to the decisions of political authorities. Only a subject is absolved from sin if he helps his lord, but here operates the link of obedience, to which obedience he is obliged. It is otherwise that there is no absolution if he were sure that the war is unjust, or believed so with probability. Nor is one excused by the fear of losing temporal things, because while fear attenuates guilt, yet it does not entirely exclude it. So definitive solution to the dilemma confronted earlier by St. Augustine, the idea of individual responsible for killing people who fight for the righteous cause, in most cases appropriately diminished in view of the probable limitations of knowledge possessed by rank-and-file combatants participating in an unjust war, is famously reinforced 100 years later by Francisco de Vitoria. Okay, the principle of moral equality has put forward, moral equality of combatants put forward by Waltz in just and unjust wars has recently been defended for the most part against its critique coming from the so-called revisionist opponents of Waltz's theory by a number of authors. Jumping in the context of such a fundamental controversy within war theory over the difference in the moral status of combatants fighting on the opposite sides of an armed conflict, Pope Francis's recent anti-war statements referenced above presuppose a peculiar return to the Catholic moral doctrine of the Catholic moral doctrine to the pre-Augustinian rejection of any resort to military force, whatever the circumstances. Paradoxically, the Pope's condemnation of any engagement in war, including most astonishing as it sounds, taking part in the military defense of one's own country, dovetails or goes hand in hand with the principle of the moral equality of soldiers promoted by Walther and his supporters. All combatants are morally equal because the very fact of their participation in war on either side of the front line is morally indefensible. Well, the question should be asked about the plausibility of Pope Francis's proposal to completely abandon the use of military measures in defense of the common good, while taking into account the scale and scope of violence suffered in the first half of the 20th century by tens of millions of people, of inhabitants of the part of Europe designated a dozen or so years ago in the title of the book by a prominent American historian as Bloodlands. Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands, published in 2010, with an enormous part of this violence inflicted on the defenseless citizens of the attacked and defeated the Polish state, the violence which had been meticulously planned and then systematically perpetrated by the administrative institutions of the aggressor states, the Poles, including the Polish Catholics comprising still 92% of the Polish population, seem to be expressly entitled to inquire into the reasons why the Pope calls in question, applying a classic mode of consequentialist reasoning, the possibility of a moral justification of military defense undertaken by invaded states. The striking similarity of the course of the Russian invasion of Ukraine to the criminal activity of the German armed forces in Poland 84 years ago makes the attitude of unconditional pacifism promoted by Francis extremely difficult to defend. And probably the most critical part. The most critical part of I'm skipping a few. Okay, well, this is the very first target of Germans in the first minute of the Second World War, completely demolished the city of Wieluń. Well, forgotten, not okay. And that's the way it looked just for hours after the attack of the armed forces. Okay, the probability of success. I have 5 minutes to go, so I'll be brief. Probably the most critical aspect of moral justification of warfare laid bare in the historical experience of Central European nations, one that relates directly to the Christian provenience of war ethics, centers around what in the contemporary debates of just war theories is termed a reasonable prospect of success of the otherwise justly warring party. The question of the legitimacy of inclusion of this apparently technical characteristic of a state military strategy in the criteria of jus ad bellum has recently become a subject of controversy, with the majority of scholars highlighting the significance of the corresponding requirement in evaluating the state's pursuit of a just cause by military means. Fighting an otherwise just war, even an indisputably defensive war, without being able to demonstrably prove a sufficient high level of probability of success of one's military endeavor, amounts to, according to the prevailing views, some kind of a moral mistake at best. The clearly counterintuitive nature of such a claim was bound to provoke a critical response from the researchers dealing with war ethics. The most famous proposal to amend the reasonable probability of success condition of a morally permissible military action has been outlined by David Statman, a Jewish author, and notably a major historical event indicated in his paper as a reference point for the necessary modification, as he sees it, of the jus ad bellum requirement in question is the rising in Warsaw Ghetto in 1943. The key concept employed by Statman to morally legitimize a righteous military endeavor with little or no chance of success is honor, the concept of honor. Whenever victims of aggression are overwhelmed by an aggressor, but nonetheless find the courage to rise against him through some form of determined resistance, however hopeless, they are thereby reaffirming their honor, or to use it rather out of the expression, they show themselves to be men or women of honor. Hence, such actions necessarily succeed, at least partially, in achieving their goal. Regardless of criticism received by Statman's argument, mostly aimed at its essential dependence on the apparently excessive value ascribed to Statman to the idea of honor, it is important to note that the argument leaves out some crucial characteristics of armed resistance mounted by the attacked community against the aggressor, whatever the odds may be regarding its immediate military success, extending far beyond the relatively simple calculations regarding territorial losses, sovereignty impairments, or even possible obliterations of the state's independence. The prospects of the victims of military violence taking arms against their oppressors may often embrace objectives of far greater significance than those related to the standard attributes of a country's political autonomy. The horrors of the German and Soviet occupation of Poland, preceding and following the country's defeat in 1939, were definitely of sufficient gravity to morally justify their being delayed, impeded, sabotaged, prevented, even if temporarily, from metastasizing, or last but not least, reported to the world. All of these things, to a lesser or greater degree, effectuated by means of, or in conjunction with, the military efforts of the unyielding Polish state from autumn 1939, the underground Polish state. There can be no doubt that the tragedy of total war, having so devastatingly affected millions of citizens centuries more than 80 years ago, even most sophisticated categorization pattern dependent on that, and thus restricted by the standard consequentialist mode of understanding political reasonableness. They escape this standard mode, resisting extreme forms of aggression propelled by totalitarian ideologies with imperial goals, hardly effective or largely ineffective in terms of immediate military success, as it often is, may in the long run produce also positive results, more essential than the otherwise significant effects of limiting the military potential of the imperial aggressor or reducing, delaying the spread of hostilities. Difficult, perhaps impossible to foresee by the combatants of the justly warring party, they still count as key social and political developments brought about by the very fact of an attacked community putting up a staunch defense of its freedom. One must at least consider such a long-lasting impact of a state waging. Just 2 minutes, and I'm finishing. The prominent rationale behind the debated issue in Poland, the rationale behind the Warsaw Uprising in 1944, crushed by the Germans after 2 months of the city's heroic combat against the occupiers. What is remarkable, a prominent participant in this debate was one of Pope Francis's recent predecessors, Pope John Paul II. In his view, it should be emphasized that the Warsaw Uprising was of key importance for Europe in the second half of the 20th century, as the pinnacle of the struggle that Poles waged for their independent state. It was to some extent the beginning of the process of formation of independent states in Central and Eastern Europe. This process could be fully organized only after 1989, with the collapse of communist totalitarianism leading to the emergence in this part of Europe of not only truly sovereign Poland, but also Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Belarus, and Ukraine, and in the south, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary. There is another quote from Pope John Paul II concerning this, the final paragraph. In July 2016, Pope Francis, as the third Pope in history, made a momentous visit to the former German death camp in Auschwitz, and emphasized by the world media reporting that event. A powerful testimony to the importance was the prayerful silence maintained by the Pope during the entire course of this visit. With the mystery of evil manifesting itself so appallingly in places like Auschwitz, a fully understandable plea made by Francis is that the evil should not happen again. However, as news programs around the world have brutally reminded their audiences in recent months, the evil of aggressive wars and even of and even the horrors of devastating wars are oftentimes only the first stage of systematic massacres of civilians perpetrated by the functionaries of the aggressor states haven't been eliminated. The Christian just war theory, the Catholic just war theory, is just the only coherent model of organized human action which can, with varying degrees of effectiveness, restrain war criminals. Giving testimony to the necessity of advocating just war as a morally commendable action remains a critical challenge, not only of the Polish Catholic moral philosophers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So are there any questions? Okay.
Well, so I will speak Polish, but later we prepare a short conclusion for Professor John Finnis. Chciałbym powiedzieć jedną bardzo ważną rzecz. Nie wiem, czy Państwo zauważyli na początku prezentacji pana doktora Adama Cebuli nazwisko Michael Walzer. Jego książka z roku 1977, Wojny sprawiedliwe i niesprawiedliwe, to jest książka najważniejsza w świecie, gdy chodzi o rozważania dotyczące wojny sprawiedliwej, jak oceniać działania zbrojne itd., itd. Czyli nazwisko numer 1, Michael Walzer. I w tej książce podstawowej, zdaniem Walzera, początek namysłu nad wojną sprawiedliwą to jest druga połowa XVI wieku. I gdy pisał swoją książkę, nie miał świadomości, że w Polsce istniał ktoś taki jak Paweł Włodkowic, Paulus Wladimiri i że tutaj się toczyła dyskusja na początku wieku XV, 150 lat wcześniej. Dzięki panu doktorowi Adamowi Cebuli Michael Walzer przyjeżdża do Warszawy, do tej sali tutaj w roku 2015 i tutaj dowiaduje się, że w Polsce 150 lat wcześniej niż jemu się wydawało, toczono już wielkie spory, które zaowocowały debatą w Konstancji w roku 1415. I nie wiem, czy zauważyliśmy, mieliśmy na slajdzie nową książkę Walzera z roku 2017 i już w tej książce mamy nazwisko Paulus Wladimiri, Paweł Włodkowic i co więcej, przyznaje się do tego błędu w tej książce Walzer, że wcześniej nie wiedział, myślał błędnie, pomylił się o 150 lat. Także jeśli możemy pogratulować doktorowi Cebuli wkładu do rozwoju intelektualnego świata i promocji Polski w świecie, to mówię to bardzo stanowczo i bardzo tak odpowiedzialnie. Uważam, że jest to bardzo wielka sprawa, ponieważ dzięki temu, zauważmy, i dzięki tej książce Walzera, Polska i Włodkowic wchodzimy do debaty ogólnoświatowej dotyczącej oceny działań zbrojnych. Oklaski. Teraz synteza. Bardzo proszę o syntezę dla profesora Finisa. O czym mówiliśmy? Bardzo proszę.
I'll meet Professor Finnis in the afternoon for lunch. I will. Yeah, but what Father Kobyliński has just said, that the thing I mentioned, I mean, in the paper, the fact that the debate concerning just war theory actually started here. Okay, these two issues. I mean, the prevalent view is it was Francis de Vitoria. He first formulates the idea of the independent states and no holy war, no moral right to invade America. Actually, it started 150 years earlier in Europe. The last scrap of Europe, which was pagan, was in the south part of as today's Lithuania, and they resisted the conversion to Christianity. Well, the Teutonic Order decided to convert them with fire and sword, and there was this battle of Grunwald and the ensuing debate. Paweł Włodkowic, risking a lot because it was the very same, as you know, it was the very same council during which Jan Hus was burned at the stake for unorthodox views. So he went there, he just proclaimed this view, and Michael Walzer conceded in the quote way that it was actually started earlier. Okay, it was just congratulations. Walzer was here. Okay, but it was Michael Walzer came here. Okay.
In my volume 3, I have an essay on just war theory, which was delivered in presence of Michael Walzer in Jerusalem in 1987 or something like that, at a conference.
He didn't know about Włodkowic at that time. He didn't know. Still, it was 1997. Okay, all right, but now he knows that. Okay, thank you. Well, that was congratulations. No questions. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay, now we're trying to make a connection with. Okay, over to you. Yeah.
Okay, so we're preparing for the next speaker, which is Stipe Pozar from Libertas University in Zagreb. And he prepared a speech, Do the Weak Have a Right to Fight the Strong? Moral Absolutes and the Probability of Success. Are you with us? I think you are. Hello. But we cannot hear you. So if you can switch on your microphone, yes.
Siebie musi przełączyć, włączyć sobie, musi włączyć sobie mikrofon. WebExie.
You need to switch on your microphone in WebEx. You have this already. So just wait a minute. You're patient. Yes, we need the further technical support. You can do this, I hope so. So just wait a minute.
No, ten McCarthy sam włączył. I wszystko działa. Wyłącz ciszej. Ale to nie, to on sam musi włączyć.
Z tamtej strony. Mhm.
McCarthy normalnie się włączył. Może on jest źle podany. Został podany.
Coś słychać. Wyłącz. Teraz nie słychać.
Okay, so we'll have a little change because of the technicalities. And now we'll be presenting his paper entitled Legal Dissolubility and Indissolubility of Marriage. One and only Andrzej Wyszyński, a man of many talents, as you could see, because he is not only a great professor of philosophy, but also our technical support today. Are you ready? Just a minute, okay. So I encourage you strongly to think of your questions, because there will be time after that to ask them. Yes. So in a minute, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Pope John Paul II published the encyclical Veritatis Splendor 30 years ago, in which he focused on some of the fundamental problems of the moral teaching of the Catholic Church. Veritatis Splendor means splendor of truth. Do we today need a splendor of truth? Do we want to pose difficult and perhaps uncomfortable questions? In today's lecture, I will want to pose some difficult questions and theses on marriage. Jean Paul II, in his encyclical, reminds us that the purpose of the commandments give the Moses and expressed negatively in the absolute protection of, among other things, the bond of person in marriage. The good of protecting person in marriage is expressed, among other things, in the ideal of the indissolubility of marriage. The ethical ideal is very deeply grounded in Catholic theology. The Pope points out in paragraph 22 of the encyclical. In the same chapter of Matthew's Gospel, Jesus, interpreting the Mosaic law on marriage, rejects the right to divorce, appealing to a beginning more fundamental and more authoritative than the law of Moses. God's original plan for mankind, a plan which man after sin has no longer been able to living up to. For your hardness of heart, Moses allowed you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. The ethical ideal of the indissolubility of marriage is expressed in canon law. In the Catholic Church, marriage is an indissoluble marriage. This form of marriage does not exist in countries of Western culture. The absence of the legal form of indissoluble marriage is argued as follows. Marriage is, in principle, indissoluble because the person who enter into the marriage do not assume its indissolubility at the time of its conclusion. Therefore, on the one hand, there is no need for marriage to be defined as indissoluble. On the other hand, marriage is a form of contract that can be terminated under certain conditions. The above perspective show us two models. They also have an ethical dimension as they indicate ways of dealing with the permanence of the marriage bond. The first show marriage as an indissoluble bond between persons, which is based on a joint decision and related promises. The second points to marriage as a relationships based on a contract. Both ethical models of interpersonal relationships can be realized in extra-legal form in private space. However, can we call such private commitments and contracts marital? Does a privately spoken promise of mutual fidelity give rise to a marriage? If this were the case, it would be unnecessary to argue about the legal form of marriage. This conclusion leads us to the first thesis relevant to our analysis. It proclaims that marriage and its forms are not a private matter, the essentially element of a marriage. It is constitution within the horizon of a specific political community, namely the state. Marriage is an interpersonal relationship, but at the same time a social institution. In this sense, it is the community that defines the social character of the institution of marriage. The community is the guarantor of the rights of these entering into marriage, but it is also the community that defines the specificity of the institution of marriage. It was the Jewish community through Moses that outlined the shape of the marital relationship in which it was possible to give a wife a letter of divorce. The above analysis lead me to pose the following question in the perspective of the system of law. Can one accept the existence of a non-ideal form of marriage? Can there be several forms of marriage in which the permanence of the marriage institution would be graded? Before I try to answer this question, I will say some legal and social facts which accompanied the emergence of civil partnership in Denmark and France. This type of relationship was first introduced in Denmark in 1989. Their aim was to legalize, or in legal terms, socially accept same-sex intimate relationships. After 23 years, Denmark introduced same-sex marriages in 2012. As a result of this event, civil partnerships were repealed from the law as a form of social acceptance of intimate relationships. In the case of Denmark, civil partnerships was a bridge and a transitional moment for the introduction of same-sex marriage. The French solution is more interesting. In France, the equivalent of the Danish civil partnerships is the Solidarity Pact, which was introduced in 1999. Unlike Denmark, in France it was introduced as a permanent new form of regulation of intimate relationships. It can be used by same-sex couples as well as different-sex couples. In 2013, France legalized same-sex marriages, but unlike Denmark, it did not quit the Solidarity Pact. Consequently, this means that in France we have two types of socially accepted form of intimate relationships, Solidarity Pact and marriage. Now, the main difference between a Solidarity Pact and marriages, apart from the possibility of adopting children, is related to the permanence of the relationship. The Solidarity Pact can be broken unilaterally. A person goes to the office and declares the termination of the civil partnership. From that moment on, the Solidarity Pact is terminated. Currently, discussions on the unilateral breaking of marriage are taking place in the United States, among others. Let us look at the statistics from France. I will only focus on data related to different-sex couples. The blue color indicates different-sex marriages. The gray color indicates different-sex civil partnerships, Solidarity Pacts. The data presented in the chart represent the years from 2012 to 2022. In 1998, there were almost 2,800 marriages in France. In 2022, there was almost 2,040 different sex marriages, and more than 180,000 civil partnerships of different sexes. What do these figures tell us? Firstly, there is a strong social demand for the recognition of intimate relationships by society and by the state. Looking at the data from France, it is not so much that we can speak of a crisis of marriage, but it is flourishing. Secondly, the form of legal permanence of the relationship plays an important role in the need for society to recognize the intimate relationship. There is a leap in the number of formal unions entered into. Prior to the introduction of civil partnerships, the number of formal relationships entered into was almost halved. I would also like to draw your attention to the data on divorce in Europe. According to Eurostat data back in 2015, the average divorce rate in Europe was 39 divorces per 100 marriages. In Poland, it was 35. But in countries such as France, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, Finland, Denmark, Spain, Luxembourg, and Portugal, it was over 50. Referring to the cited social and legal data, I would like to draw your attention to two important issues. Firstly, one can point to the important role and significance of the state and the law in shaping the understanding of marriage. It is the state as a political community that upholds the recognition of a given intimate union and the consequence of its nature. It is case of the Solidarity Pact. It is the state that guarantees that it can be terminated unilaterally. whereas in the case of marriage, it is the state that requires a court decision. At the same time, we note that the difference between a solidarity pact and a marriage concerns primarily the manner in which the relationships is terminated. Secondly, it can be pointed out that the modern institution of marriage is not in principle an indissoluble institution. Rather, it is an institution concluded for an identity period. A certain historical or traditional resentment towards the institution of marriage causes marriage to be perceived as an indissoluble in principle from a legal perspective. One can speak at the best of the illusion of the indissolubility of marriage in principle, an illusion into which not only lawyers have fallen, but also the Catholic Church, which tacitly accept the changing which tacitly accepts the changes taking place around us. Therefore, the question must be asked whether the ethical model of marriage presented at the beginning of this speech can be realized in the current legal forms. Both marriage as a contract and the marriage as a stable and indissoluble relationship can be realized in the Solidarity Pact and in marriage. In the case of marriage as a contract, it can be terminated in both cases. Only the condition for the termination of the relationship change. In the case of marriage as a permanent and indissoluble relationship, the formal condition for the termination of such a relationship are irrelevant. The model of a permanent and indissoluble marriage does not presuppose dissoluble. A difference will emerge if we ask a different question. Do both ethical models of marriage have their representation in the legal system? It will turn out that the model of marriage as a contract is represented in both legal forms, whereas the model of marriage as a permanent and indissoluble union has no legal representation. The difference that becomes apparent in this case does not concern the possibility of realizing a given ethical model. It concerns the social acceptance of such a model expressed by the political community in the legal system. The question therefore becomes legitimate. Can the citizens of individual states demand that their ethical ideals be incorporated into the system of law? Should Catholics demand the incorporation of their ethical ideals regarding indissoluble marriage? In my view, the ethical tradition that recognizes marriage as a permanent and indissoluble relationships has succumbed to a certain illusion. It has been assumed that civil marriage, which allows for divorce, also represents the model of marriage as a permanent and indissoluble union. However, this is not a case. In a cultural context, marriage as an indissoluble relationship is only represented in canon law. Claire Chambers of Cambridge University talks about the marriage-free state. She argues against state recognition of marriage. However, in the case of marriage as an indissoluble marriage, this happened many centuries ago. It is only recognized in religious communities such as the Catholic Church. These current social changes are so dynamic that the ethical model of marriage as an indissoluble relationship should also have legal representation. The legal model of marriage, which can be terminated by divorce, is not a representation for the ethical model of marriage as an indissoluble relationship. There are three arguments in support of this solution. The first refers to the optimization of the legal spectrum of the intimate relationship in terms of its performance. Until now, there has only there has only been a vision of marriage as an only socially regulated and accepted form of intimate relationships. Over time, the vision of marriage has been enriched by the social acceptance of divorce. In the last 30 years, a weaker form of marriage is emerged, which is civil partnerships, such as French Solidarity Pact. On the scale of socially and legally acceptable form of intimate relationships, the optimal solution in the form of indissoluble marriages is currently lacking. The second argument refers to stability. The existence of, for example, three forms of marriage, weak, classical, and indissoluble, would show the performative difference expressed in language between these three forms of relationship. The existence of an indissoluble form of marriage as an optimal relationship would show couples what kind of relationship they are opting for and what they can expect from it. The existence of imperfect forms of marriage would result in an increased public awareness of the expectation placed on the relationships entered into. The difference that emerges between marriage and indissoluble relationship may be important for the promises made and for building trust and relationship stability. The stability of intimate relationships, on the other hand, is important for raising the next generation of members of a political community. The third argument refers to analogous legal constructions used in the adoption of children. There are three forms of adoption in Polish law: non-full, full, and total. In the case of non-full and full adoption, parental relation may be severed in certain cases. However, in the case of total adoption, family relations are indissoluble. What is important is that the legal indissolubility of the relationship is created between unrelated persons. The guarantor of the legal indissolubility of such a relationship becomes the political community. Even if children become independent and personal relationship loosen or disappear, they are still maintained in legal and social terms. In an analogous way, an indissolubility marriage could function in the legal system. I conclude by saying that 30 years after the publication of the encyclical Veritatis Splendor, the ethical model of the indissolubility of marriage continues to challenge not only philosophy and law, but also Catholic ethics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Is anyone willing to ask a question? So I have a question. What is your actually solution to this problem about marriage in Poland? Because we don't have this possibility of having same-sex marriages or these solidarity pacts. I've talked to my friends who are not connected in any way in philosophy, and they see it as a disadvantage maybe of our system. So do you think we should just go back to traditional marriages and this exclude? Is it possible? Or we should just in our legal system introduce this possibility of as in France there are solidarity pacts.
I will answer in Polish because I would like to be more precisely, and I ask Adam after all to translate my answer. To, co chciałem pokazać, to przede wszystkim to, że współczesna forma małżeństwa wytwarza jest relacją pomiędzy osobami, ale też ma wymiar społeczny.
Yeah, what you wanted to say is that the relationship of marriage is a personal relationship, but it also has a social dimension. There's also a social dimension to it.
Obecnie w Polsce mamy jedną formę małżeństwa, ale wytwarza ona iluzję związaną z pewnym resentymentem, że gdy wstępujemy w związek małżeński, no jest on trwały.
We have just one legal form of marriage in Poland right now, and it creates the illusion that when we enter the relationship, it is a permanent relationship.
To, co chciałem pokazać, to przede wszystkim to, że na przykładzie Francji forma małżeństwa jako społecznego, akceptowalnego związku intymnego pomiędzy osobami, no jest nie wzmacniana, ale bardziej rozluźniana przez jednostronne rozwiązywanie małżeństwa.
So the example of France shows that these contractual understanding of marriage, it doesn't strengthen, but it weakens the institution of marriage. But the Solidarity Pact makes it possible for one partner just to withdraw, unilaterally to withdraw from this.
Natomiast to nie było inspirowane politycznie, bo jak wiemy, przedstawiciel jednej z polskich partii coś takiego proponował, ale właśnie osoby, na przykład katolicy, którzy uważają za wartość nierozerwalność związku małżeńskiego, z jednej strony nie mają tak naprawdę reprezentacji prawnej tego swojego związku. To jest jedna rzecz. A druga rzecz, pojawienie się związku prawnego, formalnego, który byłby nierozerwalny, pokazywałby pewien ideał w prawie, czy pewną optymalną też możliwość, w zależności od kontekstu, tego, że do czegoś takiego możemy dążyć.
So it hasn't been politically inspired. There was one political party who actually suggested that kind of solution. What Andrzej says is that on the one hand, this is the introducing that kind of regulation would reflect the views or part of the Polish population, or kind of, they would reflect their expectation to have that kind of institution in the Polish legal system. On the other hand, it would show the ideal form of marriage, okay? That the ideal form of
or optimal.
Optimal, as you say. Okay.
It could be. It depends on the philosophical view. Ale to, co jest ważne i to, co mi zostało kiedyś zwrócone uwagę na jednym z wykładów, że to by stworzyło performatywną zmianę w języku, ponieważ osoby wchodzące i wzrost świadomości wśród osób, bo osoby zawierające małżeństwo zwykłe czy standardowe, no by wiedziały, że mogą wybrać małżeństwo nierozerwalne, ale z jakiegoś powodu wybierają to. Podobna sytuacja jest we Francji, tylko oni wybierają pomiędzy małżeństwem a związkiem partnerskim. Tak mówimy to o relacji kobieta-mężczyzna.
So it would be a game changer when it comes to the public discourse, because the people entering the relationship of marriage, would have this choice. The choosing the standard version of marriage or this indissoluble version of marriage, and they would have to think about, have reasons for entering one form of marriage, not the other. This is exactly what, as Andrzej says, what's happening in France right now, when the partners make a decision whether they want to enter the Solidarity Pact or the marriage. Okay,
just a marriage, yeah.
The relationship of marriage. It would just raise or give one more option, for people to choose from.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, Professor Finnis has a question.
Yeah, question.
So let me see if I understood. The French marriage, properly speaking, modern French marriage as distinct from the Solidarity Pact, is closer to the optimal of indissoluble, but everyone entering a French civil marriage knows that it is highly dissoluble. It is easily dissoluble, in fact, as a matter of French law. So my question is, in what way does that instantiate the ethical model of indissoluble marriage? Now, the contrary proposition would be this. A modern English could be French Catholic, enters into two marriages simultaneously, or a day or two apart. In England, I was able to marry civilly and in a Catholic way in the same instant. But my children each had to have a civil marriage the day before, 2 days, 3 days before, and then the religious marriage. And a properly instructed, say, Catholic will regard himself or herself as entering two marriages, two legal systems, two legal marriages, the civil marriage, which is dissoluble, and the religious legal marriage, which is legally, canon law, indissoluble. So in that sense, it seems to me the ideal of a legally ordered ethical marriage, indissoluble marriage, is already available to believing members of a religious community with the ethical, legal ideal of marriage.
Yes, but okay. Polish. Troszeczkę Claire Chambers mówi, że powinniśmy zrezygnować z cywilnych małżeństw. Niech one będą realizowane wyłącznie we wspólnotach religijnych, na przykład, tak jak w prawie kanonicznym.
So Claire Chambers suggests we should resign from civil marriages, okay, because they should be available, or their correspondence should be in the canon law, right?
For example, in some kinds of the communities, yes. But to, co ja chcę pokazać, że jest pewien dualizm. Ja jako katolik, wydaje mi się, w trosce o wspólnotę, czy w ogóle ktokolwiek, kto uważa, że może być nierozerwalna więź małżeńska, powinien wymagać od wspólnoty politycznej również reprezentacji moich ideałów.
So it's not only the religious community, but also the political community. It should give this option to its members, and it should be represented as a legal option within the political community, which is larger than the.
I druga rzecz, którą chciałem też podkreślić czy pokazać, w mojej opinii, może się mylę, ale to by mogło spowodować, decyzja o małżeństwie też jest decyzją moralną. Wzrost świadomości w podejmowaniu decyzji o zawarciu związku, powiedzmy, małżeńskiego.
So the impact that it would have social impact, that people would think twice, or 3 times, or 4 times before entering such a union. So it would have this kind of beneficial effect for the society, taken into consideration all the statistics that Andrzej has referenced.
I trwałość związku jest też związana z zaufaniem, które budujemy w tej relacji małżeńskiej. Więc jeżeli ja zakładam, że ona może być rozerwalna, no to pytanie, czy podejmując małżeństwo, nie powinienem tego wypowiedzieć.
The durability of the relationship is part of the trust, of the relationship of trust. Well, if I, for some reason or another, do not want to enter a relationship which is permanent, well, it sends a signal to the other parties.
Oczywiście, jaki to może mieć wymiar również w perspektywie wspólnoty politycznej, zakładam, że stabilność związków pomiędzy osobami jest istotna i ważna. Dlatego to by mogło też poprawić stabilność relacji, między innymi też w trosce o dzieci, czy też na przykład przy wyborze małżeństw do adopcji dzieci.
Okay, what's at stake is the stability of the relationship, especially when it comes to children, adoption of children, so all the consequences which are obvious.
Widzę, że tutaj mamy coraz mniej czasu, to tyle bym odpowiedział. Dziękuję.
Okay, thank you very much once again for your answers to the
We'll try
questions.
to connect right to
Yes.
Stefan, who has managed to.
Yeah, there you go. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, so just a second before you can. Okay, we will try to make it possible for us to see you, not just to hear you. But you are heard. So Stefan, yeah,
Yes.
perfect. Sounds okay. All right, thank you.
And everyone, before I begin, I think Professor McCarthy has his hand up for a question, perhaps.
Go ahead. It's working perfectly. So you can start. You can start, Stefan.
I'm getting a bit of feedback. I think you should close your microphone down. Okay? I just suggest that you turn up the microphone side for now. All right, yes. That should be it. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me here. I would like to begin by saying how sorry I am that I was unable to come to Warsaw in person for this wonderful event. I was only able to confirm my participation at a rather late date, and given my heavy teaching schedule this semester, I was unable to free up enough time for the trip. I am, however, very happy to be with you, even like this. It's an honor to speak in front of such an audience, and I'd like to give special regards to Professor Finnis, whose work had been made known to me when I was an undergraduate student. I also extend my gratitude to Professor Adam Cebula for extending such a cordial invitation to me for this event. We've collaborated on a number of things since we met in late 2017, and these collaborations have been among the finest I've had in the past 5 or 6 years. So Adam, thank you. Now, let's get to my topic. Do the weak have a right to fight the strong? Moral absolutes and the probability of success. With the note that I will not be able to finish today without attempting to draw some conclusions regarding the conflict in Ukraine, as I've not been able to stop thinking about it for nearly 2 years now, as the rest of you, I'm guessing, and it has of late been a key factor in my thinking about just war theory. So, the jus ad valorem requirement of the probability of success, as I have come to understand it, says that a state has a right to war only when, ceteris paribus, there is a high enough probability of success that it will achieve the political goals towards which such an armed conflict would be aimed. Such a requirement can be perceived as an unjust requirement because it prohibits the weaker side of a potential military conflict, or even an ongoing one, from committing itself to organized violence, even in order to protect and defend its survival. This view of the probability of success as an unjust requirement, however, need only be held if the goal of the weaker state is survival itself. And of course, the defense of human lives, but I will not add that every time I make this sort of statement because I take it as a given. In cases when this is true, the requirement where the probability of success should be considered void. On the other hand, if survival is not considered an overriding factor, then it seems to me that the requirement stands. My aim will be to show that in cases in which the goal of a state is not survival itself and the defense of human lives, when survival is not threatened and the weaker party's goals are defined as something other than survival, the weaker state is free to calculate its probability of success given the political goals which they have set for themselves, and states set them. If the probability of success is calculated as low, regardless of the relative military capabilities of the state in question, then the requirement would not be fulfilled, and the right to war, jus ad bellum, would be void for this particular requirement, at least. On the other hand, in cases in which the survival of the state is at stake, then it is an overriding factor to the probability of success requirement, but only, of course, in case of defensive wars. Understanding the broader framework within which discussions of the probability of success fit depends on a larger theoretical framework in which just war principles, as normative principles, I believe, are regarded in unison with the proposed baseline of facts, at least partially derived from the classical realist theory of international relations. The realist position is an important point of departure because it allows for the assessment of just war requirements in the light of political decision-making and action. Although the possibilities of connection between the realist theory of international relations and just war theory is barely explored in the available literature due to the contention that the two traditions are fundamentally opposed to each other, there are sufficient connections between power and morality in the classical texts of Thucydides, Hans Morgenthau, and so on, to flesh out the claim that a realist view of just war principles is warranted. As Francis Harbour puts it in an article in 2011 published in the Journal of Military Ethics, politicians and members of the press reduce the ethical component of a national decision to apply force to the question of whether the state's cause is good. Indeed, he continues, a just cause is not only critical to contemporary rhetoric about armed conflict, but is central to arguments justifying war in moral terms at all. Unfortunately, however, judging the justice of a cause in the first person is notoriously subjective. Adding other moral criteria to the decision to fight a war reminds us that there are other moral values at stake in the decision to other than simply the cause. Applying them systematically can force us to take a step back and look more critically at the decision to commit lives and treasure to conflict. He continues, considering additional also helps us to remember warning that good principles do not by themselves make good policy. And in this he quotes Morgenthau's famous formulation. In other words, requirements like the probability of success force us to view our moral absolutes within a political and strategic context. So let us move to the master itself, Thucydides, a full rendition of the mentioned dialogue from the history of the Peloponnesian War. In 1660, which was the 6th year of the Peloponnesian War, the Athenians showed up with overwhelming military power. Inhabiting their island in the Aegean Sea, the Monians, who were long ago lieutenants, had not submitted to Athenian domination in the 5th century BC, had thus far remained neutral in the war between Athens and Sparta and the before actually doing anything, the Athenians negotiators convinced the Monians to join the Athenian side in the war while the Malians insisted that the negotiations were not to take place in public view, but would only be open to participation by a privileged few, which is also it's highly unlikely that Thucydides would have had a first-hand account of their proceedings. Given the Athenians' the Malians by saying that the Athenians had come to the negotiations with preconceived views, and that they predict two possible results. Either the government refuse to submit and face war, or they will consider the Athenian argument and submit themselves to servitude. In any case, both sides that the debate is about nothing less than the survival of the Malians and their state. As the proceedings, the Athenians insist that any arguments put forth by either side be based solely on what is currently expedient, because, and I quote from Thucydides, questions of justice only arise when there is equal political power to compel in terms of practicality, exactly what they can, and the weak concede what they must. End quote. For this, the Malians required that nonetheless the principle of common good should be upheld, and that those in peril should be able to be fair and equitable treatment, because that is in the Athenian interest as well as in the Malian interest. Should the Athenians lose their dominant position among the Greeks, the Athenians by saying that Malians were having against their interest, which the Malians believe because they do not view their interests as compatible, given that once masters and the other would become slaves. The Athenians say that the Malians can avoid a war by submitting, and that they themselves gain the strong metal, at which the Malians replied that they would prefer neutrality as a friendly stance towards Athens itself. The Athenians do not, because they believe that friendship with a neutral Melos would be perceived as weakness, and they only retort, your friendship is more dangerous to us than your hostility. The Malians fail to see the logic in the Athenian argument and stress the difference between those states which already belong to the land and those states which remain neutral. They also put forward that it is in no way expedient for the Athenians, since they refuse to attempt to subjugate the neutral states. The Athenian response is that their allies indeed see such states as a matter of power rather than justice, but also that they have no need to subjugate the neutral states. Namely, only need to subjugate sovereign states, because those are most likely to take an irrational risk and bring both themselves and the Athenians into entirely foreseeable danger. While the mainland posed no danger to them anyway, given that the Athenian Empire was a maritime empire rather than a land empire. The Athenians trying to teach the Malians a lesson in geopolitics and military, while the Malians suggested by Thucydides as what would in the 20th century be called idealists in international relations, are insisting on terms of justice and the use of moral language. The Malians thus that they should resist submitting because it is a matter of honor and because they have that in resisting fortune would favor them. The Athenians answered them that there is no discount in submitting when the odds are so overwhelmingly against them, and that hope will cause irreversible damage to those will cause irreversible damage to those who count only on hope and fortune. I'm sorry, do we still have an active connection? Something seems to. Yes, okay, thank you, Professor McCarthy. The Athenians implore the Melians not to take the path which has led so many to their demise, and not to turn from what they call human moves towards divination, oracles, and other such sources of disastrous optimism. To skip over the rest of their discussion, the Melians do not concede to the Athenian points, and the Athenians attack them and completely destroy them. And by completely destroy them, I mean, of course, that they commit a full-scale genocide in which not only the Melian state disappears once and for all, but their culture completely disappears once and for all. The Melians had no probability of success against such overwhelming odds in war, and given the nature of the broader Athenian alliance, it's not altogether clear that a Melian concession to the Athenian argument would have equaled anything like real servitude, and that they might have had hopes for a change of fortune later on in the war, even though it's understandable that they would have very good reasons for the beliefs that they held. Now, to continue, the concept of reasonable probability of success is known in the English language by a number of different words: chance, hope, possibility, expectation, prospect, even likelihood. All of these share the vision of the modern just war pioneer, Paul Ramsey, that decision makers are able to predict a reasonable expectation of success, but only a reasonable expectation, not assurance. Unfortunately, the differing words or terms that we find here also imply different levels of certainty or uncertainty, but they are often used interchangeably even by Ramsey himself. Reasonable probability, that is the term used by, consistently used by the aforementioned Francis Harbour, because the relatively high standard for evidence that probability implies helps to focus attention on the roots of the criticisms that the criterion or the requirement faces. Probability is considerably more likely than a mere hope or a chance or a possibility. Harbour, to continue with his point, says that there's almost always some chance or hope of success. For instance, the storm in 1588, during the passage of the famous Spanish Armada toward Britain, massively altered the probabilities of a Spanish victory. But it would have been a logical error for the British to depend on its repetition in a potential German invasion in 1940. So reasonable probability of success is also more demanding than likelihood or prospects or just hope or other such terms. Furthermore, thinking in terms of probability is a call for rational analysis of what we can estimate of the future, because it's tied to mathematical probability theory also. It is a demand for an empirical judgment rather than just an emotional reaction, or above that, a moral judgment to a good or important cause. Looking at probabilities is a process that is inherently prone to error, but it is a sterner requirement than mere hope. The term reasonable, we might say, adds a further dimension of rigor to what we're trying to say with any of these arguments. So what about Ukraine? In view of the above, I would like to comment on the current conflict in Ukraine and give some food for thought. As the Russian military onslaught began on February 24th of 2022, the Ukrainians were faced, it seems, with two options: Either allow the Russians to take out their political leadership, install a puppet government, and have their way with the territorial partitioning of the country, or resist them with all the military force they could muster. The first option would effectively have ended their sovereignty, and it's reasonable to say that the survival of Ukraine was in fact at stake. This is why they chose the second option, and with enormous help from the West, they have successfully survived, at least thus far. This was not a guaranteed outcome in February of last year, especially in the early weeks of the war, and a number of scholars, analysts, strategists, etc., predicted that Ukraine would fall. Even assuming that these analysts and strategists and scholars were correct, which it turns out they were not, but even assuming that they were correct, Ukraine still would have had the right to war, even despite the overwhelming odds and destruction and the destruction and loss of life which such a response would bring about, because the very survival of their state was at stake, and also the protection of individual human lives within it. We are now in late 2023, and for months on end, the war has been looking like a stalemate. Western assistance seems more and more conditional on the passage of time and on Ukrainian success in reclaiming territory, which is what they have set as a political goal for the war. And even voices within Ukraine seem to be making accusations, or at least assertions, about the unjustified optimism of their leadership regarding the current goals of the war. The survival of the Ukrainian state seems at least provisionally secured, and in that sense, their efforts have proved successful. But the probability of success, viewed from a realist point of view, which, as far as I'm concerned, also takes into account the moral weight of lost lives and other damage, is inextricably tied to the political and strategic goals of the war. If survival has been secured, at least provisionally, and if the political and strategic goals of going back to the pre-2014 territorial borders of Ukraine do not seem to have a reasonable hope or probability of success within some predictable time frame, then the right to war, from the perspective of this criterion, comes into question, and further questions arise regarding the responsibility to enter peace talks as soon as possible. Let me make it clear, in no uncertain terms, that all of this says nothing about the distinction between aggressor and victim, which stands, in that I have believed and still firmly believe that Russia's war is unjust and unwarranted. But that's one thing. Discussing the moral responsibilities of the Ukrainian leadership is a matter all to itself. Their cause remains just, but the probability of success of their current goals has to be reassessed, and thus their moral right to war might be reassessed along with them. Either that, or perhaps Ukraine is the case, which makes us do away with the requirement of the probability of success altogether. I'm not yet committed to either of these two views, but I consider it worthy of discussion. I'm aware of a certain number of arguments that can be made against these points, and I'm aware that my comments on the probability of success have yet to be incorporated into a fully drafted argument. But these are matters that I have set aside for a full paper. I hope that we later get to discuss both the requirement of the probability of success, as well as what kinds of outcomes might be considered a clear victory for Ukraine, and which of them have a more reasonable probability of success. For now, I think I've spent all of the time which has been allotted to me. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much. Are there any questions? We have a minute. No. No questions. We are running a little short, so we'll have our last but not least presenter, which is Professor Andrzej Kobyliński from Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw. And he will give us a speech, What Autonomy of Morality? The Dispute over Immanuel Kant's Project in Christian Ethical Thought.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I will speak English, but if you want, you can follow on the screen the Polish version of my paper. So let's start with the introduction. One of the most important issues analyzed in the encyclical Veritatis Splendor is the concept of autonomous morality. When it comes to the history of the concept of autonomy, it is worth emphasizing that its roots go back to antiquity. An autonomous way of being developed into maturity, particularly during the Renaissance, and autonomy as a cognitive category has been used in legal language since the late 17th century. With the work of Immanuel Kant, the concept of autonomy rose to great philosophical prominence and found its permanent place in other scientific disciplines as well. For more than 2 centuries, the project of autonomous morality, developed by the philosopher from Königsberg, has shaped the ethical attitudes of a large part of the Western world and has been the subject of serious intellectual disputes. The American philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre states in his short history of ethics, Kant stands at one of the great dividing points in the history of ethics. For perhaps the majority of later philosophical writers, including many who are self-consciously anti-Kantian, ethics is defined as a subject in Kantian terms. For many who have never heard of philosophy, let alone of Kant, morality is roughly what Kant said it was. The end of the quotation. Kant's vision of the autonomy of morality is considered today by many authors, such as the German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, to be a fundamental achievement in the history of man's spiritual development. Thinkers adhering to this belief emphasize the central importance of the category of autonomous morality in Kant's system of philosophy and place it at the center of their ethical systems. A radically opposite view is held, among others, by Alasdair MacIntyre, who believes that Kant's ethical system represents a failure of the Enlightenment project to create an autonomous morality. MacIntyre believes that the breakdown of this project provided the historical background against which the predicaments of our own culture can be intelligible. In his perspective, the Enlightenment project based ethics of the foundation of scientific and technological rationality. It wanted to be an alternative to the Greek Christian tradition, which emphasizes the importance of virtue in ethical thinking and the purposefulness of human nature. Point 1, the category of autonomy in the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. In the works of the philosopher from Königsberg, a new vision of the modern subject and his autonomy was developed. According to Kant, the logical, aesthetic, ethical subject is primary, and no thought can go beyond it. The subject is characterized by autonomy. It realizes itself, gives meaning to its own existence. The philosopher from Königsberg negates understanding the subject and the person in the metaphysical sense. Kant presents his concept of the logical, ethical, and aesthetic subject in his three great critiques of pure reason, practical reason, and judgment. The three critics address the problem of knowledge, morality, and art, or truth, goodness, and beauty, respectively. Kant's primary goal was to develop a pure moral philosophy, completely free from any empirical elements. Such a moral philosophy can only be autonomous ethics in which the human will is subject to no external law or legislator, but only to the law it makes for itself. Autonomy is the property of the will by which it is a law to itself. Recognizing what the philosopher from Königsberg calls the autonomy of the subject of moral conduct means at the same time recognizing that external authority, even of divine origin, cannot be a criterion of morality. To attribute such capacity to it would be no embrace heteronomy. Consequently, heteronomy is any religious ethics, as well as any ethical proposal that looks for the criterion for evaluating moral principles in the concept of happiness or in what satisfies human needs and aspirations. The autonomy of the will is the sole principle of all moral laws and of the duties conforming to them. Heteronomy of choice, on the other hand, not only does not establish any obligation, but is opposed to the principle of duty and to the morality of the will. The sole principle of morality consists in independence from all material of the law and in the accompanying determination of choice by the mere form of giving universal law, which a maxim must be capable of having. In the perspective of the philosopher from Königsberg, for an act to have moral value, it must be performed out of obligation. There is an imperative that directly prescribes a certain behavior without presupposing as a condition any other goal to be achieved thereby. It is the categorical imperative. In the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, there are three formulations of this absolute precept. First, act only according to the maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. Second, act as if the maxims of your action were to become through your will a universal law of nature. Third, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, never merely as a means to an end, but always at the same time as an end. The categorical imperative is formal in the sense that it contains no specific content, while being the principle of all moral precepts. In Kant's perspective, the concept of obligation is detached from purpose and formal to the point that it can be provided with almost any content. With a given type of act, one can only ask the question whether in doing that act, I can, without falling into contradiction, desire that it be done universally, not what purposes or needs it serves. Kant's ethical project poses a serious challenge to Christian thought. Over the past 2 centuries, many philosophers and theologians have grappled with this problem. In the second half of the 20th century, 2 opposing ethical positions were developed, essentially among thinkers adhering to the Catholic worldview. One is referred to as autonomous morality in the Christian context, and the other as faith ethics. 2 points of view, 2 ways of thinking, 2 philosophical, theological schools. Autonomous morality in the Christian context, on the one hand, and on the other hand, faith ethics. Point 2, autonomous morality in the Christian context. The project of autonomous morality in the Christian context is the effect of the reception of the general category of autonomy in the field of Catholic moral theology. The first attempt to introduce the concept of autonomy into the sphere of theologically justified morality was made in the 18th century by the German Catholic theologian Sebastian Muchele, who believed that Kantian morality could be reconciled with Christian morality. The model of autonomous morality in the Christian context finds its most mature and systematic form in the 1971 book Autonomous Morality and Christian Faith, authored by the German theologians Alphonse Auer. The essence of this project is the attempt to subordinate human freedom to God's law, without limiting human autonomy, however. In this view, God, who gave man reason and freedom, becomes the foundation of his autonomy. Man, through the creative power of his reason, does not discover or interpret the principle governing his conduct, but establishes and determines them. In our perspective, this is based on a belief in man's inherent ability to know good and the objective truth about reality. Human reason is capable of reading and interpreting the potentiality of what exists. Revelation is only an aid in properly deciphering reality. Consequently, there is no specifically Christian ethics, since faith only has a critical function. It stimulates and integrates moral knowledge acquired autonomously. According to Auer, the scriptures already presuppose the idea of autonomy. In the vision of man as the image of God, freedom understood as obedience and freedom as being oneself come together, theonomy and autonomy. And maybe point 3, okay? Point 3, the concept of faith ethics. In the 1970s, proponents of faith ethics came out against representatives of autonomous morality in the Christian context school. In their view, autonomous morality was a flawed concept, or at least an insufficient one. The faith ethics school combines the idea of autonomy with the negation of transcendent God. Representatives of this current of moral reflection contrast the modern claim to autonomy with the need for a radical morality of faith. That is, the need to set ethical reflection on a solid theonomic foundation. The best-known representative of the faith ethics school is the German theologian Bernhard Stöckle. He agrees with the thesis that human reason is capable of knowing and formulating moral norms in a given historical context, but adds that human reason is fragile and limited. It is unable to reveal to itself its own beginning or destiny. Moreover, it is the reason of a sinful man, and sin destroys man's inner being and limits his cognitive abilities. Reason cannot escape the circumstances and constraints of the historical dimension. Consequently, morality requires a theonomic justification. Only in this way can there be a certain and self-evident awareness of the validity of moral norms, and their internal content can be recognized. According to representatives of the faith ethics school, Christian moral theology does not merely add its own motives of rational to secular autonomous ethics, but is an independent proposal also in terms of substance. That is, to a certain extent, it has separate contents. In this perspective, the importance of faith for moral life is not exhausted in presenting additional motivation to pure rational justification, such as can be known by every man. Above all, faith reveals the meaning of human existence, where we come from and where we are going. Only on grounds defined this way can the validity of moral norms have a deep justification and the ultimate legitimacy of the fundamental commandment of brotherhood and love of neighbor be pointed to. Faith needs to come to man's help because he is by his very nature a hidden, unknown being. He is unable to discover his own beginning and end with the help of his subjective reason. Representatives of the School of Faith Ethics believe that knowledge of the meaning of existence and the value of life is absolutely necessary to determine the principles governing the sphere of morality. The meaning of existence and the value of human life cannot be known without the assistance of faith. Faith thus becomes indispensable for morality. Faith gives man the knowledge of his origin and destiny that is necessary to justify the validity of moral norms. Point 4, autonomy according to Veritatis Splendor. The dispute over the autonomy of morality in the Christian context heated up again after the encyclical Veritatis Splendor was published in 1993. The document doesn't directly criticize any authors or mention any particular texts. The encyclical only speaks of the directions of thought that have led to the denial of the truth that natural moral law has God as its creator, and that man, through his reason, participates in the eternal law that he does not establish himself. In line with this way of thinking, human freedom would thus be able to create values and would enjoy a primacy over truth, to the point that truth itself would be considered a creation of freedom. Freedom would thus lay claim to a moral autonomy, which would actually amount to an absolute sovereignty. Based on the description presented in the encyclical and referring to the reaction of representatives of the Autonomous Morality School to its publication, it may be concluded that the document is critical of the philosophical and theological position. The encyclical reaffirmed the main thesis developed by representatives of the faith ethics school and challenged the position of the proponents of autonomous morality in the Christian context. In this perspective, a very significant voice in the discussion is the collective monograph entitled Moral Theology on the Sidelines, Response to the Encyclical Veritatis Splendor, published in the German language in 1994. It is a critical response by representatives of the School of Autonomous Morality to the 1993 Vatican document. In one of its articles, it asserts the human life cannot be governed by heteronomous norms, but by the law we establish for ourselves. Therefore, the true meaning of autonomous morality lies in the transition from normative ethics to ethics of responsibility. The criticism of autonomous morality in Veritatis Splendor is by no means a criticism of autonomy to cure. The document emphasizes the legitimate autonomy of practical reason, when it reminds us the moral natural law is an inner and rational law that cannot be seen as a heteronomous precept. Man learns moral natural law and distinguishes between right and wrong through the use of his own practical reason. The doctrine of the Catholic Church distinguishes between legitimate autonomy and false concept of autonomy. In its constitution, Gaudium et Spes, Second Vatican Council defines as legitimate autonomy the belief that created things and societies themselves enjoy their own laws and values, which must be gradually deciphered, put to use, and regulated by man. In this context, the autonomy of earthly realities is combined with man's domination over the world. Both the individual person and human community are entitled to a legitimate autonomy. The false concept of autonomy, on the other hand, maintains that created things don't depend on God and that man can use them without any reference to their creator. In the perspective of Veritatis Splendor, just moral autonomy means that human reason plays an active role in the discovery and application of moral law, and that reason derives its truth and authority from the eternal law, which is the wisdom of God himself. The rightful autonomy of practical reason means that man has in himself his own law received from the Creator. The document emphasizes that the moral law has its origin in God and always finds its source in him. At the same time, by virtue of natural reason, which derives from divine wisdom, it is a properly human law. The moral law that it refers to is natural law. Point 5, conclusions. First, the question of autonomy of morality and its limits is one of the most important intellectual challenges of our historical era. The concept of autonomy presented in the encyclical Veritatis Splendor is an essential part of the long doctrinal dispute between the school of autonomous morality and the current of faith ethics. The Vatican document negated those philosophical and theological positions that rejected the claim that natural moral law has God as its creator, and that man, through his reason, participates in the eternal law that he does not establish himself. The encyclical reaffirmed the main thesis developed by representatives of the School of Faith Ethics and challenged the position taken by proponents of autonomous morality in the Christian context. Second, a sound analysis of Kant's ethical project is necessary to properly understand the contemporary crisis of moral theology in the Catholic Church. One of the most important reasons for this crisis is the acceptance of the autonomous morality project on the grounds of Catholic moral theology. Pope Emeritus Joseph Ratzinger, as well as others, spoke very forcefully about this, joining the discussion on the causes of clerical pedophilia. In the context of this debate, Benedict XVI presented his own position, published in April 2019, in the Catholic Monthly Clerusblatt in German and in the Corriere della Sera daily in Italian. According to Ratzinger, the deep crisis of moral theology caused, among other things, by the acceptance of the concept of autonomous morality is one of the main causes of the sexual abuse of minors in the Catholic Church. Third, in Christian ethical thinking, it is particularly important to distinguish between legitimate or relative autonomy and false, radical autonomy. In-depth philosophical and theological analysis of autonomy are becoming extremely relevant for Christians of various denominations today. In the coming years, a proper understanding of autonomy will also be crucial in the deep doctrinal dispute between conservative Catholicism and liberal Catholicism over the understanding of basic truths of faith and morals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Yes, there is a question.
Well, it will be in Polish. Zatem moim pytaniem, głównym pytaniem jest pytanie o tą autonomię, którą ksiądz nazywa fałszywą czy radykalną. Chciałabym się zapytać, jak to jest w kontekście prawa, w kontekście tworzenia prawa, egzekwowania prawa, a także w kontekście tworzenia nowych technologii, tworzenia nauki, uprawiania nauki. Jakie ksiądz profesor identyfikuje zagrożenia i jakie mógłby ksiądz profesor też podać sposoby rozwiązania takich problemów? Okay, so now the question was about the scope of law and scope of technology, science, if the radical or false autonomy can influence those scopes and if it can threaten the enforcement of some laws or the creation of some laws and the way of science, of making new technologies or actually scientific developments. And also I wanted to ask about the threats and solutions proposed by Professor Kobyliński.
Gdzie jest pan doktor Cebula? To jest pytanie tysiąclecia i w pewien sposób można potraktować spór między autonomią względną a autonomią radykalną jako nić Ariadny wszystkich sporów intelektualnych, które toczymy i będziemy toczyć w tym tysiącleciu.
This is the question. This is the question of the millennium, and it may be treated as the Ariadne's thread, according to which we can interpret all the important philosophical problems of our times.
Ta kwestia rozsadza kościoły, związki wyznaniowe, jest centralnym punktem sporów bioetycznych, także w kontekście sztucznej inteligencji czy inżynierii genetycznej. Tak naprawdę mamy spór o to, co nam wolno jako ludziom, czy jesteśmy czymś ograniczeni, akceptując autonomię względną, czy też jesteśmy jako bogowie, akceptując autonomię radykalną.
This question leads to the explosion or the destruction of churches. It's the vital question when it comes to the issue of bioethics and artificial intelligence. The key question is whether we are in any way limited, whether we have this total freedom, or whether our autonomy is somehow relative, whether it's limited by some external moral truth.
W jednym zdaniu konkluzja, jeśli w tym tysiącleciu zacznie zwyciężać autonomia radykalna na różnych płaszczyznach, to istnieje ryzyko, że stworzymy świat, który nie będzie służył nam jako ludziom, ale stanie się dla nas zagrożeniem.
The risk is that if we stick to the vision of the radical, total autonomy, we may create a world in which will be kind of destructive to mankind, to humankind.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's time to just finish our conference. So I ask Dr. Cebula to just conclude and close this seminar.
Thank you very much, Julia. Just the final thing. I started by quoting John Donne. In St. Paul's Cathedral, when John Donne is buried, by the way, he was, as we all know, a fantastic preacher at the end of his lives. Crowds of people coming to St. Paul's Cathedral sometimes. It ended up in people being kind of stamped on to death. Okay, but anyway, there's a Latin inscription which says, "Expectat eum cuius nomen est oriens." The dead John Donne, waiting for whom whose name is sunrise. I hope that the moment when we just finishing our debate, St. Lucy's Day, the year's midnight, may still give us hope that, with Christmas coming up, we can still expect the sunrise, which will be the final question to all our questions. Thank you again. Thank you very much to Professor John Finnis. Thanks everyone for your patience, and hope that you can meet again in the future. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay.